ACL-U19 is the Indian Tigers taking on the Australian Kangaroos. The captains have arrived over here for the toss, and we have two to officiate the toss as well. Our match officials, Steve and Simon, would oversee and adjudicate the coin toss, and Harry, of course, the president of ACL, would be at the coin toss as well. The coin will go up now. Heads is a call from Ben Baker, the captain of Australian Kangaroos. And Steve says it's head. Ben, you won the coin toss. What have you decided to do?
We're going to bat first.
Any specific reason behind batting first? Are you looking at the surface of the sky?
A bit of both. I think with the weather around and just what we've been hearing from the umpires about how long the game can go, we think that we match up best batting first, so yeah.
As far as your team's concerned, it's been a roller coaster ride. Must be proud of the way the boys have reached thus far, and it's about one final hurdle, isn't it?
Yeah, for sure. The first 2 days we felt like we were playing good cricket, but just quite finish it off. But yesterday we put through a really good performance to get here, so we're ready to go today.
Morale's definitely high. Any changes in the side though?
Yeah, we've got 2 changes. So Curtis McAllister comes back in, and so does Tommy.
All the very best.
Thank you very much.
Mandroop, what would you have done had you won the coin toss?
We will want to field first, and we are okay with that because we want to restrict them below 150 runs that we can chase down in this wicket, and lads also want to do field first, so that's why we also want to field first.
Despite a batting collapse yesterday, you came back really well, and the bowlers are in great form, isn't it?
Yeah, bowlers are doing really good job, and hopefully today batsmen also done their job and put good, and we will chase the total.
Any changes in the side?
No, we are going with the same 11.
Have a great game ahead.
Thank you.
So the news from the centre, it's the Kangaroos who have won the toss and they want to be batting first. I've got someone very special with me. I've got Lachlan with me, one of the curators, and the pitch is stock to him. That's his special powers. Lachlan, tell us a bit about this surface that you've prepared.
Well, over the last week, we started this one early. So normally we prepare it over 4 days, but this pitch here, pitch 4, has been prepared over 7. So it's pretty hard for the off season. So you can expect a bit of bounce, a bit of pace. But that's obviously going to change with a little bit of moisture creeping into it now. So you can expect the top to be a little bit tacky and a little bit more seam movement. You can also see that we've got our winter grass. So it's kind of a little bit more matted. It's really rooty. So you can expect the seam to move out of that too. So I'm expecting it to be quick, bouncy, but a little bit of movement there for the seamers as well.
A little spell of rain is what this has experienced as well. How much will it change? And I'd like to call the camera a little closer as well, because there are certain spots that I'd love for you to talk about, especially this length, because this is where the right-hander needs to go for the drive or not to. He needs to decide, and it looks to be a little different in terms of the grass.
No, even across the whole pitch. The moisture's obviously going to make it a little bit more tacky, so it's maybe not going to bounce as much. But I think underneath it's still very hard, so it's still going to get a nice drive if you're looking for one.
Did the rain change anything?
Not really. Over the last couple of nights, there's been dew anyway, so that little bit of moisture is creeping in whether it's raining or not. And I think that's going to go for the outfit as well. It's just wet regardless, whether it's from the dew or from the rain. So,
first of all, brilliantly done. The wicket's been playing absolutely wonderful. We've covered one day after the other, and it's very difficult to prepare surfaces, especially when a tournament's so tightly packed, isn't it? How did you manage that? And must be satisfying now that you're juggling school with surfaces.
Yeah, look, we have a really team here. There's myself and a group of 4, and we all do our bit to bring up beautiful decks. We like doing it, we enjoy doing it, and yeah, it's really with the teamwork.
And finally, do you also play on this surface? It's almost as if you're the examiner who sets the question paper and gets to answer it too.
Yeah, I've played a bit here. I play club cricket. It's normally a batting haven in the summer when it's not wet. It's nice bounce, it's fast, it's your typical batting haven. So it's pretty good for batting, but with this grass and a bit of moisture, it could get a little bit more movement than usual.
Thank you so much, Lachlan, to us. It's always a pleasure talking to you, and it's good to do so on camera today as well.
Thank you, cheers.
That's Lachlan, someone who's always got a smile on his face, and of course the surface is stock to him.
And good evening and welcome to the ACL Under-19 final. We've started a bit late. We have not had rain in Noosa all week, but of course it's the final and we get some rain tonight and we get a typical tropical southeast Queensland thunderstorm. But we're still going to get a game of cricket. The outfield is drying up. Remembering, of course, that it's been dewy when the matches have been played at night, so the players are used to the reasonably wet conditions. So we're ready to go, and the rules are that they've got an hour and 20 to bowl overs. India, if they don't bowl their 20 in an hour and 20, bad luck. The Australians will then bowl the same number of overs at the Indians. Great to have Grant O'Hara right next to me. Grant, that's a great rule.
Good evening, Dan. Yeah, great to be with you. How exciting is this? I'm so looking forward to this match-up, this game tonight, the final. Australia versus India. It never gets much better than that in cricket. Fantastic. Australia won the toss, decided to bat.
How do you feel about that?
Well, actually, more I think about it, I think I can see why, because India bowled so well defensively last night. So I think Australia are going to post a big total and make India chase.
Well, hopefully they can. They were outstanding yesterday. They've had their moments in the other two matches without putting it all together, but they were brilliant yesterday. I've spoken to a few of the parents, and they're hopeful. And Ali Nasser to face the first ball from Sandeep. And it swings away, a little bit of swing as we had last night.
Gee, Sandeep bowled well last night.
He bowled beautifully.
He bowled these beautiful outswingers, and it wasn't so much that Pakistan batted badly. I just think India bowled so well. So this is going to be, Australia talked about matchups and said they think the best matchup by getting on the front foot, getting out there and batting first. So here they are.
So Sandeep in again, gives himself room and punches it away to the covers. And does not score.
It'll be interesting, the ball and the ball being wet will certainly come into play here. It was, Dew has played a part in the previous games at night, but this is a little bit more than Dew. It really threw it down.
Did.
That's more like a summer storm rather than a starting winter storm.
The lightning was a bit of a concern as well. And it's outside the off stump, but he attempts to cut. There's a, as the great Jim Maxwell would say, a wandering split, probably between second and third slip in the slips cordon. And he played that away from the body then, Ali Nasser. And Bally and Hurd is opening with him. His parents have been back and forth right throughout the week from Cooperoo. And they've also used it as an opportunity for young Ballion to get his driving hours up as well. But they're loving the fact that he's getting an opportunity. He's at Toombul. He's grade cricket club. Again, he holds that outside the off stump and flirts away Ali Nasser. And Toombul, the home of Matthew Renshaw, the great Jeffrey Robert Thompson. And for a season, one of the great nicknames in cricket, the Wizard, named by Dougie Walters, Ian Davis, the Wizard of Ed.
I was going to say, Dan, I've got one for you, but you're remembering memories of cricket are just fantastic.
Oh, we mentioned a few names earlier, didn't we? Beaten again. Ali Nasser, one that came to mind before. I loved him, and he opened the batting and was trying to work out why they kept him in the side. But as you said, he probably shouldn't have opened. Was a good mate of yours, Mark Gaskell.
Really good player. Played most of his cricket. This Sandeep is showing. Gee, he bowled well. Look at this. 5 drops in a row. He's just shaping the ball away beautifully.
It's a good start, and this one comes in. And Ali Nasser, all he can do is play it back to the bowler when he fields and he's followed through and we get a maiden over. So the first over's gone.
Now, I've never actually seen a condition like this before, a playing condition where we're playing time. So it'll be up to India to get through their overs. So they post 11 or 12 overs. Well, that's what India get faced.
Correct.
Right.
Because I think that they took a little longer than they should have yesterday, according to the very experienced umpire, Ian Barsby. And he was honest about it. He said they probably could have done it a bit quicker than they did.
Well, yeah, this has been such a great thing about this tournament is that the flexibility that the organisers have shown to actually get games on and make sure that the kids get cricket at this under-19 level.
Good luck to the Herds as Ballion gets one down the leg side. The first runners on the board for the Australians.
Now, speaking to the Pakistan coach just earlier before dinner, he said to me that most of these, this is actually what he said, most of these elite players don't go to school. He said they do these subjects, but they're really cricket focused, so most of their time is spent at it.
This is pulled away by Ballion Hurd. He can play beautifully down the ground. He can whack it square of the wicket as well. And he does that magnificently. Lovely boundary by the young man. Again, he drags from off stump. Well, I presume that they will go for 6 overs, won't they? And then we'll see if we can check with Ian. I'll check with Ian in a second. I presume it'll be for 6 overs, and they'll just keep the same conditions in place as you would normally. Puyush can't. He's had a very good tournament. He bowls to Ballion Hurd, who hits it into his foot. And if he didn't hit it into his foot, he might have counted it into his stumps. Puyush can't in again. He's hit on the pad, but I think it might have been well outside the leg stump. He had exposed his stumps, and he maybe tried to hit that a little bit too hard at Ballion Hurd on that occasion, but another run on the board for the Australians, who are none for 6 in the second over. Yeah. Bush can't, bowls again. Oh, he tries the ramp shot. Too early, Ali, I would have thought. Way too early. I know it came up a couple of times the other night, but a little bit later in his innings when he batted well. It's amazing. Obviously the ground drains well, which is terrific. Lockie, the groundsman's also masquerading as the bar manager behind us, said, yeah, the ground does dry well. Puyush bowls again, some swing. In swing, which is pushed away, ended up being an attempted Yorker to Manroop Singh, and that's 2 overs gone. And you can see that the players are running through very quickly, the Indians, to get through the overs, to make sure they get 20. Yeah.
That's middle, DJ.
Well, you, I think, went past the great rugby league stadium, didn't you? Lang Park, and it was chucking it down, as you said. Now that's swung away, and that is a wide. It swung very, very late indeed, and that's the first run that Sandeep Nishad has conceded. This is the start of his second over. Hurd swings and misses. Didn't quite have his foot to the pitch. Young Ballion, he's a big man. Sandy opening the attack, and this is one that he attempted to cut away and he played it away from the body, had to reach for it. Again, swinging away nicely. Sandeep Nishad, a great start. Manroop has opened the bowling generally for India in the first 3 games, and then Sandeep has come on his first change, but I'd have to say this is a move that's worked well so far. Gets one on the leg stump and he skies it high. Is it going to clear the field? There are 2 getting back, and they were a couple of metres away from each other, and they sort of stopped and said, who's going to go for it? And the catch isn't taken. So Ballion Hurd should have perished, doesn't perish, he survives. And can he cash in now? Bit of hesitation there. Now he drives the next one. It was in the air, and I think it might have been dropped. It was a very low one, and it was travelling like a bullet. And Sandeep, if looks could kill, the young man who wasn't able to hang on to that catch is the youngest member in the Indian team in Udavir Singh in the red turban. And yeah, just went through his legs in the end, but it was a low one that if he had a lunch for, I think he takes it. Ali Nassar yet to get off the mark, ready for Sandeep now. Beaten outside the off stump, and he had a flirt that wasn't far away from getting the outside edge. Unfortunately, Ian doesn't know Hindi, does he? Oh, one of the greats. I don't think he ever would fall for it, would he? He looks so laid back out there chewing gum, Ian, but I dare say he'd have it under control. It's interesting, Steve did say, one of the other umpires who's out there with Simon, said you might make, especially on a long form version of the game, 250 decisions in a day of cricket. I'm not so sure about that, but if you did, it's a big, big job, isn't it? Push for his second over bowls, and Ballion Hurd manages to get the inside out shot over the infield, and it'll go to the boundary for 4. The 2 fielders are in pursuit. It's not as quick obviously as it usually is due to the fact that it's at night, and we've had a bit of rain in Noosa about an hour or so ago, but it goes to the boundary for 4. Lovely shot. Yeah. Dropped off consecutive balls, but he's made 11 off 10 and Ali Nasser none off 9. Can't be too worried though. We saw Dilraj the other night when the Indians beat Australia, chasing the target as well, that he was 0 off 15, went on to be unbeaten with 70 and get his team home with an over to spare. Push in again, he hit on the pad, Hurd. He was looking to work that away aggressively through the onside, and he practices the shot.
The two fiddles out at the moment, they're deep square leg and a deep wide. So that would suggest that in swingers, and that would suggest that an off stump to an off middle line would be the plan here. So a chance for another little drop kick perhaps.
Here's Pushkant again, and he's on the move, and the inside out shot this time is an absolute ripper for 6. Well done, young fella. He's gone over the top of cover, sliced it away, and got every bit that he possibly could with that ample frame. Well done. 17 off 12, none for 20 in the 4th over.
Inside out.
And he swings and misses outside the off stump. He's just concentrating on his cricket now, according to his dad and mum, and they take him down. He's not old enough to drive on his own yet. At year 12 at school, they take him down for his lesson with his coach in cricket on a Saturday morning at the Gold Coast. They get up at 5:30, and obviously they've been back and forth over the past 4 days for this tournament.
Look at this for Australians, Bowen Hurd, 17 off 13. He's going, and looks like Ali's going to try and anchor it.
He has another swing and a miss to one that had a little bit more bounce then, and he's a bit frustrated with himself. 1 ball remaining in the 4th over.
Good carry. So what we're seeing now with that freshen up from the nose, really hastening through the wicket, much better than we did last night.
He really is bending his back, Pushkant. None for 15 though, been a bit expensive so far. Hurd, this time, hits it down the ground. It was a flat bat shot that he didn't execute as well as he would have liked. Pushkant's a tall man, and he did stand tall, Pushkant, but wasn't able to take the catch as it just cleared him. And Valiant Hurd looks at the bottom of the bat and says to Ali Nasser, I certainly didn't get that where I wanted it. 18 off 15. That's none for 21 after 4.
23. Ball 2, 3. Marker back to the You right hand? You right hand or left hand?
Yep, with Valiant Hurd, 18 now off 15. We've got to change a bowler. This is going to be interesting. The spinner, the left-arm orthodox coming into the attack, Dan.
How do you feel about this so early?
Oh, well, this is a punt. This is one of those gambles that sometimes, you know, a team captain's going to say, if this comes off, we win the game. If it doesn't, and this is what the Pakistani coach said last night, maybe that wasn't a wicket 4 spin last night, and the captain decided to bowl about 15 over, which was...
Well, it worked well when he was on last night, didn't it? As he gives himself room, Valiant Hurd doing all the striking at the moment and facing as he gave himself room and drove it down to mid-off without getting a run. None for 21. Round the wicket again. He cuts the next one. Udavia is fielding in the covers.
Good start by Than Singh.
Giving it a bit of air. High arm action, as we've said. This time he whacks it down the ground. That's a beautiful cricket shot. He gave himself room and he picked the gap through the onside. Lovely boundary by Valiant Hurd. He's turning it on, the young fellow. 22 off 18, none for 25 in the 5th over.
What I particularly liked about that is that he hit a gap. He knows that there's some space there between mid-off and mid-on, and that was a lovely shot down the ground, just a little bit short. And that's going to be the difficulty for the spinners. any deviation off a good line could cause trouble.
He cuts the next one away. It's in the air, and it actually went straighter than I thought he anticipated, because Pratham Pal Singh is certainly trying to force him to play a false shot, but he's got 23 off 19. Brings Ali Nasser in now, and he just forces into the onside. Doesn't score, doesn't matter so much, because Ballion Hurd's doing his job, Grant.
He is. Look, I still am a big advocate for one player anchoring an innings, even in T20, and let the rest go.
Round the wicket again. He chops the next one away into the offside. Udavir, good return. He's young, he's quick, he's precocious. As I say, the youngest man out there, or youngest boy out there, by at least a couple of years, Udavir Singh, the 15-year-old in the red turban. It completes 5 overs. It's none for 27. Good start by the Australians. They elected to bat first, and the new conditions are that both teams have got to try and get through their overs, or the Indians have got to get through their overs in 1 hour and 20. If they haven't got through the 20 overs, the Australians will then get the number of overs that they faced to bowl at the Indians, as they'll be defending their total. But they've made a good start here. Ali Nasser is 1, and Ballion Hurd is on 23. I'm going to take a break, and Sue Haas is going to come in and join Grant O'Hara.
I've been so impressed with the quality of the cricket. Nathan Reardon, the first-class player for Queensland, is the coach of the Australian team, and he largely selected this team, and he wanted players that have got first grade and second grade and even third grade level experience to come in and play in this Australian kick. What a shot! Lovely shot. Drop kick straight over mid-wicket for 4. Now Ali the Star, 1 from 11, just got off the mark. Last ball of last over, and now he's got a chance to open his arms. Full toss. Nice little flick off the pads, and the Australians will be really happy with the way this is going at the moment. 5 overs for 31, and Ali Nassar and Ballion Hurd, they look to be in control. 6 overs. Right, 6 overs. 2 players out for the 6 overs. In terms of the power play, so we understand those conditions. So I've just had that through from the umpires that the power play will last for 6 overs, so that means that we will only have 2 fielders out. At the moment, those fielders for the Indian Tigers, there's a player going to long on, and there's a deep mid-wicket. Are the 2 players out at the moment? As we welcome Sunas. Welcome Sunas, good to see you again.
Likewise, Grant. Very good evening to everyone watching. That looks close. I will have a look at it again, and sometimes it looks close depending on the jersey that you're wearing on the inside.
I think that might have been just sliding down leg side, Sunas, but yeah, no, it was close. It was him on the crease, so there was definitely nothing wrong with height. I have been really impressed with the skill level of Sandy Passat. Are you familiar with him prior to today, Sunas?
Yes, I am. So he's someone who can swing the ball, especially away from the right-hander.
It's a quick single. Well played there. The Australians now rotating the strike.
7 runs in the over. It's a good comeback by Sandeep Nishad after being hit away for 4 first ball. Yes, you were asking about Sandeep Nishad, the bowler. Now let's dissect the 3 departments of his. His performance in bowling off late has been terrific because he's found the right lines to be inviting the right-handers especially to go for the drive, and that's how he brings the slip into play, kissing the outside edge of the bat more often than not. As a fielder, he's a gun fielder. He's 2 fielders masquerading in one is what we talk about him. sometimes covers from long on to long off all by himself. And a very shrewd cricketer.
And Sunesh, what part of India is he from?
Amritsar.
Oh, where's that?
Amritsar, Punjab.
Oh, okay.
That's where Sandeep is from and trains a lot in his cricket academy as well. Is one of the quickest. Sandeep Nishad. And full marks to his celerity, his agility and flexibility. So you will find him do acrobatic things which others might find difficult. A terrific shot. Just a full flush. Beautiful drive. And I think for the first time the ball jumped over the rope and it didn't touch it.
Bowenhead took full toll there. That's the most over-pitched ball he's bowled this evening, right in the slot. And look, he's not a machine. He's not going to put them on the same spot every time, but he did over-pitch then, and but his batter's still got to be good enough to take full toll of it.
Beautiful shot, isn't it? From
straight down the ground. There's few nicer, isn't there?
6 overs done and dusted with 38 without a wicket. It's a good start for the Kangaroos. The first power play has been done and dusted with. Pratham Pal Singh has operated in it. Now we get more cushion in the deep.
So this is just an interesting condition. So there's about 50-something minutes left for this innings.
And that's exactly why perhaps the captain is banking on the spinner to complete the overs quickly.
I got a friend of mine who's a very good leaguer called Andrew Losberg. He would have loved that particular delivery there because of the pitch. You got that well above the eye line, and it takes a lot of courage to get it, throw it right up. Let's see if he does it again.
That's a cracking shot. Udaivir Singh didn't even put in the dive because even if before he could think of doing it, the ball had sped away for 4.
This is a really impressive start by the Australians, and I think they gained some confidence last night. They chased down a Sri Lankan total, had to chase it down inside around about 12 overs, and they did it quite easily in the end, and they're actually carrying that momentum into this innings. And some terrific shot selection, getting through some really difficult bowling, and impressive. So just a single there brings that Ali Nassar back on strike. 8 off 15. He's starting to get some momentum into his innings as well.
Looks glorious as he plays that cover drive once again. This time, just only the face of the bat. Inside out, it's one of the most difficult shots to play, but it looks good.
Looks fantastic. Just waiting on the delivery, waiting for it to land. Love watching this left-hand orthodox bowl too. Just the way he's flighting the ball.
Had him confused whether to go forward or rock back on the back foot.
Because of course India has such a proud heritage of producing such great spin bowlers. And we were talking about one earlier, Bishan Bedi, who I remember was just mercurial, wonderful bowler.
Came from the same part of the world. His roots extend to the same part of the world. Pratham Pal Singh is someone who's self-coached, and for someone who's self-coached to be so good so quickly it's a gift in itself. 7 overs gone, 45 for no loss.
Can you tell me, Sunesh, a little bit about the cricket academy that these guys go to? Is it still like a school? Do they still do school subjects, or is it really more just a real cricket focus?
No, they also concentrate on other aspects of the game. So there will be theoretical classes, but it's not the one with the blackboard. It's one where everybody sit down and analyze their own game and their own mistakes. That's how they take care of it. However, there's always a diary and a pen and paper that you need to carry so that you can note down and note down your feelings as well at that point of time. And I love the little exercise that they do, that is to differentiate emotion from the process. Because sometimes you can get emotionally involved with the game so much that you forget the process aspect of it.
Sure. So will they still do things like math and English and that type of thing at school, and or is it really just a real cricket focus?
No, in the cricket academy is very different. Cricket academy and school are two different entities.
Right.
And in the cricket academy, there's no math, of course. All the math that happens is within the mind.
So we've got to change a bowler, and this looks like we have another one of our slower bowlers.
Captain Manroop Singh.
Oh, right, Manroop rests. Left arm, sort of medium pace, bowled particularly well in the death overs last night.
He just threw the bat at it. Too much to do despite the dive. It's going to go for 4. And it's looking more painful when you can't do much about it.
Gee, that's a rare loosener there by Manroop. He bowled beautifully. He's the captain of the Indian team. Extremely good cricketer. And just when the pressure came on last night, he put his hand up and said, I'm going to take these overs, and everyone stay calm and just follow me. So he's coming at a very important stage here, and I'm sure that he'll come back. He'll be straight back, Manroop, a very good player.
That's not a testing line, even though the batter had to throw himself at it. It's not a testing line. And he's bowling slower today, as he tries to concentrate on line and length this time around.
Belly and Hurd, wow, he's seeing these like, seeing like watermelons, we call it, over, or footballs. He's just seeing it so beautifully at the moment. Using his feet, not afraid to throw his bat at the ball.
Just love the clarity with which these two batters have come out to bat today. Big finale. And then he can do this as well. Look how late he moves. Gets it right this time, and looks good when it comes off. Ali Nasser is into double figures.
I'd just like to know if these guys, if they premeditate like that. I think he's moved early. I'd say it was in his head. I'm going to go for this shot, this ramp shot. The ball just happened to be outside off, so it worked for him there. I still think it's at times it can be a low percentage shot, not to be overused, but when you do it well, there's no one ever behind the keeper, so it's a boundary ball.
Hanging the bat outside of. Even though there was a bit of a fumble, it's a single.
Manroop's just got his radar off here a little bit. He's way too much width. That's exactly what the Kangaroos are looking for. They can throw their hands at this ball, and there's not a lot of protection short for catching. So I think he's going to be really keen to get back into off stump.
The run-up's getting slower and slower as the over is progressing. And that's hit hard, very, very hard. No chance for Rajbir. It's Dilraj, rather.
You're so right about good timing there. The deep cover was only 5 metres away from that, and he just really gave himself no chance. Valiant Hurd, what a wonderful innings.
2 orthodox shots and 1 unorthodox shot. Both from different batters, of course, but 3 boundary balls in the over. Manroop is proving to be expensive. Well kept.
I wonder if he's feeling a little bit tired. It's been 3 intensive days of cricket for these young players. Being able to concentrate for 3 or 4 games intensively, and I just felt last night there was a lot of tension between those two teams. I don't know if you felt that, but bound to be. It would have been something to them. They'll remember that forever. The time I played Pakistan, and did I win or did I not? How did I play? So, yeah, it's been a really good start by Australia.
Absolutely right. I mean, it doesn't really matter the level, but if you can tell the world that you wore the colours that you're proud of, and you were up against Pakistan, if you're an Indian, and Pakistan cricketer saying I was up against an Indian side, it's bound to be one of those bookmark me kind of moments.
Yeah, well, 14. I don't think he went for 14 and 3 overs last night, Manroop. So whether he's just feeling a little bit tired, whether the wickets, it really has got it a little bit more pace in it this evening, and I think that's largely to do with the storm that we had. And now bringing the slow bowler back into play.
Interesting call this from Manroop Singh. Dilraj did not bowl in the previous game, even though he did get one opportunity in one of the games that the Indian Tigers played. Now this will be an interesting battle. Was he conveyed that his services would have been required with the ball in hand as well? That's another question. How prepared is he?
Quick single and well run by the Australians. Just feel like they're on top at the moment. Haven't lost a wicket, so none for 60. They'd take that every day of the week. Projected score 150. I wonder if that's taking into account the time. So it's an hour and 20 minutes, isn't it?
An hour and 20 minutes?
Yes.
The good news is that despite the rain, despite that spell of rain, we haven't lost out on any overs. So we are not losing out on any action. Inside out, it's one of the most difficult shots to play. The ball's going to hide itself in the foliage. It's such a beautiful shot when it comes off. Valiant Herd is playing an innings of great substance. One shot away from what will be a terrific half century in a big game.
And just take a look at what he's done there. As you said, he's inside out, over cover, and cleared the rope for 6. It looked like it was a little sort of out of the front hand or leg spin bowler by Dilraj Singh there, and yeah, he's picked it beautifully. Picked it in flight. 49 of 31, Valiant Herd. Ali Star is playing his role too. He's giving the strike to Valiant, and that's a really good game awareness when you can see your mate's going well, so get him on strike. Make sure that he takes most of the bowling.
Absolutely right. And the Indian Tigers are being tested towards the end of the tournament. Yesterday they were tested the most. I thought now it's another testing times for not just Manroop Singh but the entire side.
Sunesh, so looks like he's bowling out of the front of his hand. Is he rolling over Dilraj to be more like a leg spinner, or is it what's he bowling, do you think? What's the...
I didn't tell you before, but I told your dad I had deja.
I think he's trying to bowl the regular leg spinner, but it's getting difficult to grip the ball every time it's gone. Oh, I think he's leaving it from the front of the hand. He's not giving it a full rip.
Yes, I think you're right. I think, and the way that actually pounced off the wicket then shows that maybe he's giving that flick and getting a bit of energy through the ball, and
he's just pushing it forward. Less turn, but he's pushing it forward. But why is he doing that? This is good.
Over pitch down to deep long on. Now let's just keep an eye on it. So we're up to over number 8. So that means that the inner field of 4 fielders, the fielding restrictions have now finished, of course. And there's the 50, Valiant Herd. Was that... that's the first for Australia in the tournament. Well done, Valiant. And saving it to the final.
Yes, couldn't have chosen a better time. What a start this is for the Kangaroos. 72 for no loss.
And so this now are some questions of Manroop, the Indian captain. He was so calm and cool and collected last night. What does he do with this bowling attack at the moment? Do we keep the slower bowlers going and make the Australian batters do all the work, or do we bring the medium pacers back?
I just wonder how he is able to find both the spinners and the pacers out of the same 11 that he played yesterday. It was all about the pacers yesterday. Today the spinners.
Yeah, there's clearly been a tactic change tonight as compared to last night.
The tactics have changed, but the 11 men haven't.
Right.
How is he able to find that craft that he needs on that particular occasion?
Yeah, sure.
If there's sugar in the second shelf, you'll only find sugar, right?
Yeah. Yeah, no, he's... so Dilhal Desai
You're getting it right. Nihal Desai.
Nihal Desai. And that looked like it was sort of a leg spin action coming over out of the top of his hand.
I think it's a love-hate relationship for the spinners right now. Every single taken, because the ball's being hit down the ground and it's collecting a lot of dew as it goes to the fielder. It's only a single, but it's a single that's going to require a towel at the end of it.
That's a wicket. That's exactly what it needed. Nihal Desai, congratulations. That was a really good piece of bowling. Great line of length. Look at him just saying it may have skidded on a little bit there, but that's the end of Ballion Herd for the Australians. 52 off 34, and what a fantastic innings.
74 for 1 now, the Kangaroos. The opening stands finally come to an end thanks to the brilliance of Nihal Desai. Ballion Herd was looking to give it a tonk over mid-wicket, but that's the way he plays. That's the style he plays.
And that's a really good piece of line and length bowling there by Nihal Desai. And the captain, that was a really valuable bowling change there. It's created the wicket so badly needed by India at this stage of the game.
74 for 1. And it's a brilliant change in bowling indeed. Nihal Desai providing the wicket, and not just that, the way he has provided the wicket as well. It's not a chip which has eventually landed in the hands of a fielder. The batter's completely missed it. For someone who's smashing the ball to all parts of the ground, to miss it completely just tells you how good a delivery it must have been.
And the new batter for Australia, Aditya, number 9.
Aditya opened the batting as well. Aditya Anand. Today number 3, different role. Look how slow Nihal Desai is bowling.
And this is, as you were saying, this may have been a deliberate ploy to just let's take some pace off the ball, make the batters do all the work. The wicket definitely has sped up from last night, so the ball is coming on. So this is a good tactic here.
Straight to Mandroop.
No run, what a wicket. The 9th over of this innings, and the innings was getting away from India, but Desai has pulled everything back here for India.
I think this one came from back of the hand. This is the variation which the batter decides not to attack. A successful over for Nihal Desai and his team, 74 for 1.
Terrific over there by Desai. That was just what the doctor ordered for the Indian team. I'm going to hand over to Dan now, Dan Lonigan.
Welcome, Dan.
G'day, Suhas. Lovely to be here. What a lovely innings by Ballion Herd. Just spoken to his parents. They're really happy with the way he batted tonight. The drives were there and the start was there for the Kangaroos, and they're in a good position here.
He's not afraid of flighting the ball. That's perhaps because the wicket had fallen just now, so he's allowed to do that a little more.
No, that's right. And the Australians have made the start they needed to make. Aditya was really good yesterday in their clinical win over Sri Lanka, so he's got a good start on the board here to be able to get his team going. That was a good one that kept a bit low that he did well to just keep out.
Very good delivery. I like the fact that he's bowling lengths which are confusing the batters to go on the front foot or back foot, and it's a wicket that assisting the spinners a little, but it's not an outfield that's assisting the spinners. That's exactly why the towels are getting bigger, as big as the trousers.
It's a nice shot as it steered to point. Yes, they are massive towels, aren't they? They're almost trailing down towards the boots of the players. They were little on the first day, but tonight with the rain and the dew, and yeah, they're almost like beach towel variety, aren't they?
This should be taken. He's not in control, and it's a terrific catch by Yango Devir. Dilraj roars, and why not? It's a huge wicket in the context of the game because Aditya Anand is a man in form who's gone without scoring today. What a good catch it was by young man Udayveer Singh. Take a bow.
Great catch by the young fellow. He judged it to a nicety. He had to sprawl forward. He never looked like missing that, Suhas. It was an outstanding catch. The youngest player out there, and it was an indication of what a great pair of hands he's got.
They believe, the Indian Tigers believe, and now with the second breakthrough, they can spin some magic. But can Baker change all that? He's someone in form as well for the Australian Kangaroos. Every team that's set foot in this tournament always wanted to be a part of this particular game, the grand finale. Two of them are realizing their dream. One of them can lift the beautiful cup of ACL Under-19. Very glitzy.
They'll need all 11 players to lift it. It's a monster. I tried to lift it before, and I've got to go to the gym. I thought my muscles are pretty good, Suhas, but obviously not.
We got you the memento, that's why.
Yes, that's exactly right. That's good delivery, well flighted. Bowling beautifully, isn't he?
Just loving the fact that Dilraj is gaining control as the over is progressing. Just a run and a wicket. Just one run and an important wicket. Last delivery. And this one was pushed from front of the hand.
Had him on the back foot, didn't he? Surprised him. He did well to fend that down.
75 for 2. Cruz Baker is the new man in.
So the run rate for the first time that they're scoring at is under 7. So the Indians doing what they are very good at, reining it in and hoping to get through their 20 overs in an hour 20. Do you like the rule? I like it. I think the umpires were great the way they said, okay, you got an hour and 20 to try and bowl your 20 overs. Good luck.
I love the fact that the overs haven't reduced.
No.
Just the run-ups of the bowlers have. That's the way he plays. Where everyone senses a fielder, he senses an opportunity to go over him. That's just the way he plays. What a shot.
Against the spinner.
And just when 2 wickets had fallen. Love the intent from the Australian Kangaroos here.
Having a couple of good innings in the tournament. He gave that flight. Desai and Ali Nassar driving and getting a run.
Cruz Baker. Now for the brand of cricket he plays, very soon that bat will attract a sticker, a sponsor.
After the catch he took yesterday too, I was involved in with Ali Nassar.
Doesn't need to chase this at all. Umpire Simon signalling wide. One of the most wonderful umpires that we've seen.
He's a terrific young umpire in his second year at it, but great future in front of him, we hope.
Oh, this was hit hard. Has it burst through his hands? I think it's an opportunity.
Gee, it would have been an absolute ripper if he had have taken that. So low to the ground almost.
When you say it's a ripper, you're not mentioning the fingers and the webbings.
I'm just mentioning the catch.
I think now he's trying to hit the ball a little harder than he required, Ali Nassar.
Well, that was there to be hit. And the problem was, there was these, well, for Australia, not a problem for India, there was a sweeper out at deep cover. Stopped him from getting the full quota that he required.
Now, Ali Nassar is someone who's got the gift of timing, so it was very surprising to see him go with a strong bottom hand. (24 of 26), Ali Nassar. Now does his role change? Because it was Hurd who was clearing the boundaries at will. Ali was quite content playing the second fiddle for a very small period of time. Suddenly realizes another wicket has fallen down as Aditya went for the big shot. Now does his role change? This is superb. The single will still be taken. This is good cricket all around. Sensibly played away with the softest pairs of hands.
Well, as we all know, when you start your cricket journey, Suhas, and the ball goes behind the wicket and you're at the non-striker's end, it's your call. And Ben Baker was very decisive. Cruz Baker was very decisive. I'm sure if Ben Baker was out there, he would have been just as decisive. And a runner's on the board. That's 2 for 82. And the Australians having a good time. Matthew Holmes and Ben Baker, who doesn't have his green pants on yet, so he won't be batting anytime soon, it seems. Worked away into the onside for 1. Kick off a new over for Dilraj Singh.
A good ploy by Manroop to persist with Dilraj Singh, and that's what has provided the wicket in the previous over. Now that giving him the third also means that he's trusting somebody else to bowl well towards the death.
Well, that was an interesting shot, wasn't it? He was going to go down the ground. He tried it inside out, and it sort of didn't get the middle of the bat. It rolled along the dewy ground, and he just gets 1 run for it.
Oh, when he dives like that on a wet outfield, I sometimes wonder if that towel is for him or the ball.
Both. You might need 2 towels. That towel's not a long one.
Yeah, like little spell of rain makes it feel like you're diving in a pool. Which half of them did today because they didn't have practice in the morning. They didn't need to. As the coach leniently said, you've been playing a game virtually every day.
Needed a bit of a rest. That's a nice shot, isn't it? Whipping it off his toes in wristy fashion.
With Sandeep, you always get quick throws. So far, it's okay for Dilraj if he's conceding singles.
Got to admire this team. If they need other bowling options, someone always bobs up. That's a good piece of bowling.
Very good delivery, and I think Cruz Baker is now figuring out what's the right length that people are trying to bowl to him, and he's going to adjust accordingly. Just watch him go now. He's too good a player to miss out on that shot for long. Well played.
Cut away. Great shot.
Terrific timing. Wonderful placement. And that's Cruz Baker at his best for you. Adjusts beautifully. Similar length, but it's just the stance that changed.
Yes, gave himself a bit of room, didn't he, Suhas? And he turned it. A good delivery into one that was probably short enough for him to cut away and find the gap, which he did. But still, he's done his job, Dilraj Singh. Considering he's a part-time, he opens the batting. So 13 overs gone. They're saying 12.5 overs. Now, I've got a feeling they haven't adjusted that to make it 13.
But if that's the case, then it must be a boundary of the last ball. We still have a ball left. And
so we are ball short, are we?
Yes, we do, and that's exactly why he's been called back.
Well, that's why
Australian Kangaroos would have been robbed off.
You're one of the great Suhas, and that's why maths wasn't a strong subject for me at school. He cuts that away. That again was short, wasn't he? He played that pretty well.
But with that single, he'll retain strike. Now the over has ended indeed. Dilraj Singh will get a bit of a breather. 91 for 2.
So 7 overs, depending on how much time is left. We did start at 7 o'clock and local time at 7:55. So are they going to get 7 overs in 25 minutes? I think it might be a slight battle. I reckon they can get 6 in.
Manroop Singh is also looking at, even if he wants to bowl pacers, which I don't think he's going to in the next 2 overs, even if he wants to, he's just looking for a pacer who has the shortest run up.
And who's that? Himself, probably.
Yes, perhaps.
Been impressed with this young man. I really like the way he bowls.
How else do you save time?
Well, you've just got to bowl spinners. They used 9 the other day, didn't they, against the Australians? So they've got a lot of options.
Yeah, we were discussing why Arshdeep feels a little left out and he wants to roll his arm over to his tired of being the keeper. Everyone else is bowling to him.
Is he a spinner?
I don't know.
A little bit of a misfield then by Sandeep, by the way.
But looking at the surface and the time constraint, if he tells the captain he is one, there are better chances of him getting to bowl.
And then who wicket keeps? Udavir bowled it over the other day.
Who wicket keeps?
Yes.
Dan, bat up.
Yep. So he might be one they could use just to make sure that they get there in time.
Oh, good job. Waited and waited for ages, and once it was in a slot, it was out of the park the very next moment. Cruz Baker, what a shot it is.
Outstanding. He got the length, he got underneath it, he read it like a book right from the word go, swivelling on the crease, and made sure that he was able to give it what it needed for the Australian team, and that was a 6 to get them on the verge of 100 as Manroop, for the first time in the whole tournament, looks like from here he might be out of some ideas. That's a big call, but I'm well known to make the big call and be proven wrong.
Just love the fact that he set himself up and played to his strength. Clearing the boundary is never a problem for him, because most of the time it just lands way beyond the boundary rope.
This is cut away. That's a very good shot too, and deserved more than one. Dilraj though sweeping at cover.
100 comes up with that single. And 100 for 2 is a great place to be for the Kangaroos. 13.4 overs, 8 wickets in hand in an allotted 20-over game where the rain did play its part, but it did not reduce the overs. They are in a phenomenal position for a crescendo finish.
May not reduce the overs. This is knocked away into the onside for 1. It's taken the pace off this. You can see aspects of the outfield is quite wet on that onside.
I do not see this changing much in the second innings, but I do see the second innings being a bit of a challenge if they're chasing a particular total and did not get off to a good start in the first 6 overs. It might not be in terms of the wickets in hand. You might have all the wickets in hand, but if you don't get the runs in the first 6 overs, it's going to be a little tricky to chase thereafter.
Cut away again, just bowling a bit short outside the off stump. Pratham Pal Singh, and playing to the strength Suhas of Cruz Baker, who's made most of his runs through the point cover region.
All these singles that have been taken in the overs, 6 stands out. 14 overs, 1 or 2 for 2.
So the current run rate at 7.29, and if it was to stay like that, just under 150, which is a pretty good score.
I'll be interested to see Manraj playing this game, who was going through a bit of a groin injury while practicing. But if Manraj gets to bowl again, will he be bowling something similar to what he did yesterday? Would it be a similar role? Where do you see it? Because it came as a surprise to me completely.
But he did bowl well, didn't he?
He's going to Dilraj Singh's going to complete his quota of 4 overs in the 15th. That means Manroop's got to bowl 1. At least 1. And Dilraj Singh, as his overs are progressing, is turning more into a pacer.
He's doing a good job. That one turned back in. Now Cruz Baker gives himself room. It was in the air for a long time, but then rolls safely down to Piyush at long off. Nice innings this from Cruz Baker so far. been the aggressor with Ali Nassar.
Will Ali Nassar go for the big shot here? He does, and he chooses a wonderful area as well. Doesn't get hold of it, but that's all right if you're going to split the fielders like that. Long on and long off, and looking at each other as the ball speeds past him. Much needed boundary.
Excellent shot. Thought he might have got more of it, but it bounced safely between long off and long on, and a beautiful cricket shot straight down the ground when you're hitting straight like that. Having his second really, really good innings in the tournament, Ali Nassar, and both have been against India. Hit on the pad, rolls into the onside, but they get another run.
You could almost sense that he was going to bowl flat.
Yes.
Because as soon as he realized Dilraj is giving it extra bit of flight, the batter is giving it a lot more. Now to Baker, who hits sixes like it's his birthright.
Yes, he does.
He's chosen a lovely area just before Sandeep. And I think it's Sandeep, that's why it was even created a half an opportunity, even called half an opportunity. This does not look good. If Sandeep is limping, it does not look good.
Well, I think it's hit his knee roll, hasn't it, Suhas?
Did it get stuck in a wet grass that you find there, in the wet patch?
No, I think you'll find that the ball, yes, because he was lunging forward. You're right, no one else would have got near that. He's cat-like, isn't he, with his reflexes, and he lunged forward, as you can see, and it has hit the knee roll and hit it flush.
Oh, that's going to be Beanie.
Oh. Last ball, the 15th.
Good ball. Pushing him on the back foot. Most of the over, he was making the batters play on the front foot. Went for runs and then finally finds the right length. 15 overs gone. 111 for 2. And I don't know if Grant is going to give us the hop, but it's 111 on the board. He'll take you through the next 5.
Australia right on top here. Ali Nassar 34 off 33, so his strike rate just over 100. Cruz Baker well over 100, 21 off 16. Hurd made 53, and Aditha was out for a duck.
Thanks for that, Sunesh. Gee, I've been impressed with this Ali Nassar's innings. He didn't even get off the mark until ball number 10.
Yes.
And now he's 34 off 33. What a lovely controlled innings, just what Australia was looking for.
Well, Suhas made an interesting point. Was he going to become the aggressor when Cruz Baker came in after they lost a couple of quick wickets? But he hasn't had to, because Cruz has managed to clear the boundary often enough as he gets a run to kick off the new over. They're continuing with the spinners to try and get through their overs, and they're doing a great job to do that.
So let me just check on the conditions. It's 8:03 by my watch at the moment.
Yep.
That means, Dan, so there's 17 minutes left, is that right?
Correct.
So whatever's bowled in 17 minutes, that's it.
That's right. Obviously, if they start the 20th over, as that has just flicked over the top of the bowler down the ground, and they come back for 2, and it wasn't a great return, and it's hit the finger of Desai, getting a couple of injuries here, the Indians.
Nassar turns a 1 and a 2. That urgency is exactly what's required at this stage of the innings. He and Cruz Baker are putting on a terrific little partnership here. Projected score 149.
So it means the Indians would have to chase 150. So Desai again gives it air. It's driven down the ground. It's in the air, but well past Desai. Payush has had to do a lot of work at long off because they've been driving straight.
Yeah, they picked up a signal there. It was well hit down to that deep mid-off position. But Desai's bowled extremely well. Into his third over now, 1 for 14 in these conditions. Very good.
Wide of the off stump, and because the umpire has deemed that the batter, Cruz Baker, wasn't really moving, he did thrust the front foot forward, but he wasn't moving across his crease. It's been called a wide. So an extra ball needs to be bowled now. And he chops it straight back to the bowler who fields in his follow through. Didn't get all of that. Didn't get any of it, really.
Desai, slight variations there. That one seemed to come out of the back of the hand, but it was because of the wicket has a little bit of moisture in it, it's actually skidding on.
Now he swings over the top through the onside. Udavia, one of the best fielders in the team, out at mid-wicket. Another run on the board.
And there's no doubt that with 8 wickets still in hand, boundaries are the absolute key. So Cruz Baker and Ali Nastar really need to press the button now, take some risks and get the ball to the boundary.
Or over it. Their side bowls, and Ali Nasar's going to try and do that, but is he going to clear Payush? He didn't clear him, but Payush lunged forward and dropped the catch. Skidding forward, couldn't hang on it long off.
That's bad luck for India there. He made good ground to get to that ball. And just, I thought he had it. It looks that he's got the catch, but no, he put it down. And that's a life there for Cruz Baker.
Now, Grant, I would presume that if it's 8-19 and they start the 20th over, we're right.
Yes, I was thinking that too. I'd say that as long as the over has started, it will be counted, of course, and completed.
One of the young boys going through his dance moves like Michael Jackson. The great song Billie Jean. One of the best songs of all time. Nice colourful T-shirt standing out like a Martini bar in the Sahara Desert, which I've never seen, but it would certainly stand out.
Nearly 8 runs and over. I think the Australians will be fairly happy with this. I've been so interested in the tactics by India. They are really different to last night, and obviously that's due. They're working with the conditions, bringing these slower bowlers on to ensure that the Australians have to do all the work.
Well, he used 9 the other day, 9 bowlers, and a lot of them were the spinners that we've seen tonight against the Australians. Puish bowls again. Oh, what a catch! What a catch in one hand by Puish! He said, what about them apples? He stuck the hand out that stuck. We've seen some spectacular catches, but that's going to be hard to stop as the number 1 catch in the tournament. He made that look simple, Grant.
As the crowd come in, wouldn't they, to take a look at the replay on the screen that we're watching. Pushhead Cunt comes on, gets big on the batter, and he throws his right hand out, and it sticks. That was going like a tracer bullet. What a fantastic catch. Let's see the replay. Dan, you won't see better catch than that tonight.
Well, you're right. I mean, he was trying to pull it down the ground, didn't get all of it. Let's have a look at it. And everyone's here. They want to see the replay. It was a sensational catch, and he just didn't get all of it. He only got it sort of at the bottom of the bat. He just stuck the hand out and made it look simple, even though it was travelling. What a catch.
Yeah, look, he just looked at his keeper and said, look, that was just, I do that every day. I do that in my sleep. Here we go again. Got big on the batter, threw his right hand out, watched it right into his hand and said, look, it's just like picking cherries.
The one issue now, when you lose a wicket, even though it's good for the Indians, is it takes time out, doesn't it?
It does take some time.
Harry Sipel, the young boy from Toowoomba.
Harry Sipel.
There's
Sippels playing cricket everywhere in Australia, Dan.
Yes, that's right. I've seen them a lot in representative teams over the years. You're right. I should have known that. And it's a swing and a miss and called a wide.
You know, there's hardly a representative team. Gee, they're a good family of cricketers. There's hardly a representative team in Queensland that doesn't have a Sipel in it. Such is the quality. But look at this replay.
Now it's whacked away, just clears the fielder who was just inside the circle at long off. He stuck a hand out, didn't get near it. It was a short delivery, and it's flat batted away for 4 by Harry Sipel. He's off the mark. Well, this an important boundary.
This over's got a bit of everything. There's a little bit of width, enough width for the left-handed Sipel to throw his hands at the ball. Just cleared mid-off, down for 4.
Sipel ready again. This time he hits it high. Is he going to clear the field? He does. It lands between the covers and wideish long off.
Yes, luck running with the Australians there, Harry Sipel. but he has to go. He's got wickets in hand. He has to press the button now and make all posts a winner for the Australian Kangaroos.
10 minutes to go, and they've still got to bowl 21 balls to bowl their 20. Push in again. And Cruz Baker goes high. I don't think it's going to go long enough to clear the infield. The question is, will the catch be taken? No. Another one dropped. They've dropped a few catches, the Indians. Obviously the ball is moist. It is wet. But that was in the air for a long time.
I can only...
And the fielder didn't even get near that, actually.
I think he's lost sight of that. That's the only way I can explain that one. He ran in, ran under the ball, and then it landed about 4 metres behind him. So I'd say he's lost sight of it.
3 for 126, Cruz Baker. He was on the move. Puesh followed him. Great piece of bowling as he went for the uppercut.
Been really impressed with Cruz Baker's innings. 25 off 21. He'll be really looking now to be proactive, either work the crease.
Puesh bowls a slower delivery, ends up being a full toss. He whacks it away, but the catch is completed out at long off. He got that at the bottom of the back, and he inspects it as he goes away. The slower delivery didn't quite work out in regard to the way Puesh wanted to bowl it, but it doesn't matter. It picks up a wicket.
Out the back of the hand, a slower ball, but a full toss. He wasn't probably looking to bowl a full toss there, but just missed time there by Cruz Baker. He's batted extremely well. He'd be disappointed about that. Really, he was clearly trying to clear the rope, and that's expected at this stage of the game. Yeah, Danny just rolled his fingers over the top of that, so it sort of just came out slowly out of the hand, but it was a full toss. And so many times we see those full toss hit straight to a fielder. So who's joining Harry Sipple now? New batter for Australia.
Curtis McAllister, who's one of the 2 new inclusions, along with Jackson Todman today.
Now, Dan, can you tell me why the new batter isn't facing?
Because it's the end of the over.
Right, that will be it. That explains it for me.
Does that help?
As usual, you were as sharp as ever. And as usual, I wasn't.
No, you've been magnificent. It's been great having you here. Sandeep bowls, and Curtis McAllister does well to slice that away through backward point, find the gap and get a valuable boundary for the Kangaroos. Poor delivery.
Here has been the bowler for India in the last against Pakistan, and he started so well today, but just that little bit of width to the left-hander. Need to keep him in, jam him in tight. The stump line he should be looking for is around that middle stump, middle to leg maybe.
7 minutes to go. Sandeep bowls. This time he goes down the ground. He didn't quite get the middle of that. It rolls between long off and long on. Another one of those flat bat attempted hooks in front of a wicket, which picks up 2 valuable runs though for the Australians.
Yeah, that's more the line. You don't give a left-hander width and you don't bowl on a left-hander's pad. So middle stump, that middle and off stump line means that he has to go down the ground where there is some protection. So well bowled there, Sandeep.
And he goes down the ground again. He gets plenty on that, but a good piece of fielding. Restricts it to 1.
And Dan, see that? Only 1 at this vital part of the game. And this is what I'm expecting from Sandeep. He will now keep that ball around that middle stump, off stump, and keep it up because he's got protection down the ground. It'll take an extremely good hit to clear the boundary there. So Curtis McAllister facing his first ball of the final.
Our vision says 4 for 132, but the scoreboard says 4 for 133. Sandeep Patil bowls. This is an attempted ramp shot with his first ball facing by Curtis McAllister. Man's got to know his limitations.
Looks like that might have been called a no ball by the reaction by the bowler. And
yes,
it's a free hit.
No ball and a free hit.
Free hit. Look, from
Just
here.
got to get on with it, Sandope. You want to get your 20 overs in. Time's running out. Get on with it.
Yeah, move on.
And umpire Simon said it's above the head.
And I think a replay would confirm that it did seem to go fair way above his head.
Scoreboard says 4 for 134. Because there was a 2 that Harry Sipple hit, then he got a single, and now we've had a wide. We're in the 18th over. I don't think they're going to bowl their 20, Grant. It's driven fluently through the covers. They've got 1. They'll think about coming back for 2, but they don't.
I think you're right, Dan. We've got 5 minutes left, and we've still got 2 balls left in this over.
So we're going to fall 1 over short, I think.
It looks like it might be 1 over short, yeah. But what an exciting game this is going to be. The Indians have been undefeated so far in the tournament. Taken all before them. Big win against Pakistan last night. Australia had a big win against Sri Lanka yesterday afternoon. The 2 finalists.
4 for 135. Sandeep around the wicket. Bowls to Sipple. Has he got enough of that? I think he has. You bet he has. More than enough as he pulls it away over forward square leg. Big swipe, big hit, big 6 for the Kangaroos.
Right into the left-hander's wheelhouse, angling in onto leg. And he takes full toll, Sipple. Wonderful shot at this stage of the game. Oh, I think there's a little heel behind them. We're going to see the umpires are going to take a look at that. I think he's got away with it. I think there was just a fraction of the heel behind the line, which is all you need as a bowler, but gee, that was close.
Scoreboard keeps saying 4 for 142. We'll confirm it shortly. Last ball of the 18th. Sandeep bowls. It's a shorter one. It's hit down the ground in the air as he whacks it away. Payush has been a very good fielder today. Comes in from long on, and they come back for 2 more. What an over that has been for the Australians.
Terrific over. Looks like we're going to get, there's 1 more ball.
Yep.
And so, as you said, Dan, it looks like we're going to get to the 19th, into the 18th over.
Last ball of the 18th. Here's Sandeep around the wicket. Bowls again, and he just plants a foot down the ground, drives it towards the boundary. There's a misfield by the fielder at Whitish, long off. Desai, and they come back and get another couple of runs. Lovely cameo this by Harry Sipple, 20 off 8.
And I think a left-hander, right-handed combination worked very well for Australia. Just means that the bowlers have had to adjust their line. Sipple has come in. He's basically gone from ball 1. Look at that, Dan. 18 off 7 deliveries. So Sipple, positioned beautifully in the order, has come in, pinch hit, and really made a competitive score for the Australians.
Got the score at 4 for 146 with 1 over left. Payush is going to bowl it. Well, we say 2 overs left, but I think we're only going to have time for 1 more.
Yeah, it looks like it's only 2 minutes left. So
8:18 on my clock, 8:18 on yours, Grant.
Yes, we've got 8:18, so this will be the last over.
Payush to bowl. And beaten outside the off stump by short of a length delivery. He's going to run back to his mark. McAllister's just got to get bat on ball here and get Sipple on strike so they can get as many as they can.
That's it.
Get it past 150, which is a pretty good score.
Bat to ball, Curtis McAllister.
5 balls to go in the innings, it seems. Again, a slow one, dug out by McAllister. Rolls it to Manroop. He's happy to give him 1. 4 for 147 is the score.
Now he'll be certainly looking to bowl that middle stump line. He does not want to give Sipple any width outside off stump or drift into his pads, because most of us know that left-handers love them there.
Now it says 4 for 145 on the screen, but I'm going for what it is in the scoreboard. That's on the leg stump, and it manages to beat the fielder inside the circle, who's at squarish fine leg. It goes too fine for him to the boundary for 4, and they all count.
And that's counted as runs by the umpire. Drifts onto the leg stump. down leg side, clears the infield and down for 4. Big run, big boundary at this stage of the innings.
Wide of the off stump, and he elected. It's been called a wide.
Wide. So
yep.
The radar's gone missing there for Cant in this critical last over for the Indians. Got an update, Dan?
Yeah, we're going to play one more. Thank you, Ian, for that. Much appreciated. This is swung down the ground by Sipple again. Lands safely once more. And the outfielders at long off and long on have had an inordinate amount of work to do in the last couple of overs. What an innings this has been by Harry Sipple.
Third umpire, Ian Barsby, has just been in to tell us that we are now going to play out the 20 overs and shorten the break. So
fair enough too.
Yeah, fair enough. So it is going to be a 20 over game. So this is the penultimate over.
4 for 154. And beaten outside the off stump, Harry Sipple. He didn't quite have his foot to the pitch then. Swing and a miss. It was a bit quicker, that delivery. And a rare dot ball for the Indians, who I think for the first time of the whole tournament are under some pressure here, Grant.
You said the Australians have had a couple of 150 scores?
They had 150 score and the Indians passed it with 1 over to spare on Friday.
So we've already had a thriller.
We have, and this is swung away again by Sipple across the line. And they think about coming back for 2. Oh, there's a player who was halfway down the wicket, and the return to Puish. Puish didn't take it cleanly, and McAllister was able to get back. And there's only 1 run. What a mess that was. It could have been a real mess for the Kangaroos, but it's not.
Yeah, the Dewey, it's greasy out there. He looks to get back. He slips. And that would have been clearly run out had Pent been able to take the throw. But we're down to the last over now, Dan. He was well down the wicket, wasn't he?
Oh, he was. He's gone. They threw to the wrong end as well, Grant.
They did.
2 for 32. So Manroop will bowl that last over.
So the captain steps up, just as he did last night against Pakistan, to bowl the final over for India.
They've had a bit of a battle tonight. Hurd made 53, Aditha a duck, Nasser 38, Cruz Baker 25, and we've now seen a cameo from the left-hander Harrison Sipple as he faces Manroop. He hits this in the air. He top edges it a bit. Is it going to be safe? Good effort to try and take the catch by Desai. He was going with the flight. Not sure whether he got hands on that. Udavir was right near him and cleans it up, and they come back for 2 more.
I've got to say that the luck has run with the Australians this evening. There are a number of skied balls that have found the grass in between all fielders.
Yeah, long way from that.
And the same there again. I think he's going to try and take the pace off this.
4 for 157. Manroop bowls down the ground, slammed away, hit across the line to long on for 1.
This could very well be a match-winning innings by Harry Sipple. 31, 32 off 13. Projected score 163.
Have they got enough?
I got a feeling they have. 160 will be that nice little mental barrier. So 160, the mid-160s will be a really satisfying score for the Australians, and a barrier that the Indians just have to really work towards and work hard to get.
They've passed 160 once, and they're going to have to do it again to win the game as he flicks that. A ball on the leg stump, a rare poor delivery by Manroop, and he didn't have protection because he managed to find the gap at backward square. There were fielders at wideish fine leg and forward square. Lovely flick off the hip by Curtis McAllister, the wicketkeeper.
Dan, what I really liked about that shot, there was no premeditation. It was just watch ball, hit ball. If the ball is outside off, he would hit it on the offside. That's been angled in on his legs. He watched it clearly. He found the gap down for 4. Terrific shot.
6 off 5. Important boundary for Curtis McAllister. And now he gets one wide of the off stump. He didn't move his feet. It's called a wide.
There you go. Look, he's got inside the Indians' head there.
He hung the bat out. Let's have a look at it. Yeah, very wide. It went underneath the bat, but he was a long way from getting his foot to the pitch, and he didn't move in the crease, judged by the umpire that it had to be a wide. Manroot bowls again. He carves this next one nicely. There is Sandeep, though, one of their best fielders is there, and they come back for 2. He tried to flick the stumps, or was looking to flick the stumps and didn't flick the stumps. I thought he did originally, Ash Street, but didn't, and the return was a bit far away for him, and McAllister scurries back for 2. Have a look at this. He's a long way away when he receives that, and McAllister makes his ground comfortably.
Great timing there by McAllister. Beautifully hit.
4 for 165, and it's the last ball now. Or is it the second last ball? Second last ball. He comes inside. He tried to whip that away past the wicket keeper and almost got bowled because all the stumps are exposed. One ball to go.
Curtis, you didn't need to do that. That was the first time you premeditated a shot, moved across your crease. You've been hitting them so beautifully without doing that. Sort of a low percentage shot. If it comes off, yeah, 4 runs. But last ball.
Big target already for them. He swings this high and long. He's got plenty of it. He's got so much of it, it's ended up in the trees. What a finish for the Australians as he pulled it over mid-wicket, and they've finished with a very, very big score, Grant, of 4 for 171. And the Indians made 162 on the first day against Sri Lanka. They've got to make 10 more than that to win the title and stay undefeated.
Oh, I love the look at his face, the big smile. He anchored his back foot. He made sure that he was really well balanced. He swung through the ball and hit it a long way. And what I really like that from the Australian Kangaroos team perspective, they now take an enormous amount of momentum into their bowling innings.
Wonderful batting performance, wasn't it? Right from the word go, Bally and Hurd set the tone. Great support from Ali Nasser. Hurd made 53. Look, Aditha missed out today, but helped them get in the final yesterday, so he's done his role. He made a duck. Nasser 38. Cruz Baker with 25, but it was the brilliant innings at the end by Harrison Sipple to be the finisher. You need a finisher in T20 cricket, and he was the one that did it today.
Absolutely, absolutely. He was striking at something like 300 or 400 at one stage, hitting the ball absolutely beautiful, and then young Curtis McAllister comes in and plays that support role, and then ends up being a big hitter and a big scorer himself.
Magnificent. I mean, I dare say if someone said to Nathan Reardon, the coach, you're going to make 171 for the loss of 4 wickets of 20 overs against the unbeaten Indians, going into their innings in the final, he'd take that every day of the week.
Yeah, look, I was really interested to see how they changed that up, the Indians. Last night, it was a full-on medium-pace swing attack. Tonight, they've brought in and some slower bowlers. And
Sipple's strike rate, 246.15, 32 off 13. McAllister, 14 off 8. 52 off 35 for Bally and Hurd, 148.57 strike rate, 7 fours, 2 sixes. Lovely innings by Ali Nassar, 38. So they've all done their job. And Cruz Baker, 25. Very expensive here. You don't see this too often, do you? Dilraj Singh, 1 for 30. Bowled his 4 overs with his spinners. Manraj Kalon, expensive for 16. Sandeep Nishad, very expensive, none for 33. Puash Kant, also expensive, 2 for 33. And I thought Pratham Pal Singh did a good job, none for 25. But they all received a bit of tap tonight, the Indians.
The opening stand of 74 really laid a foundation for the Australians. That meant that they had, as I say, a great foundation, but they had wickets in hand, which means that players like McAllister, players like Sipple could come in and play their natural game. But Bally and Hurd, what a terrific start for the Australians.
We hit the ball down the ground. It was a magnificent effort. He hit the ball hard and he hit the ball well. So we'll take a quick break. We'll be back for the run chase very shortly. It should be a ripper. Indian Tigers need 172 runs to win the inaugural Under-19 ACL Championship after the Kangaroos were outstanding. 4 for 171 off their 20 overs.
Look who we've got with us. Queensland very own Courtney Grace Sippel. Warm welcome. Thank you so much for being here. I know you're cheering for your brother. First question is there sibling rivalry when you go back home? Do you tell him this is not the shot you should have played?
Yeah, definitely. He always hits me around in the backyard, so...
You had a lovely time with Brisbane Heat this time round. Would you want to talk a few things about the learnings from such a good tournament?
Yeah, definitely. It's a great tournament. The overseas players are awesome to come over. I got to work with a few internationals this year in the pace lineup, so it was really cool learning different things and just developing my own game.
Talking about overseas, there's an England A tour waiting for you. How prepared are you for that and how excited are you for that?
Yeah, I'm really excited. We get to play a 3-day game with the red Duke balls, so I've never played longer formats, so that will be really exciting for me.
As far as playing in Queensland is concerned, you played a bit of cricket in this particular ground as well. Of course, Allen Border Field, nothing beats that too. Is this something that you usually see, this kind of surfaces, or is it a little different in this time of the day?
Yeah, it's definitely a lot quicker and skiddier, and especially playing under lights, it just goes through the crease, yeah.
Is it a good total there that they've got, the Aussies?
Yeah, they did well. They snuck a few singles in there and they ran really hard and put a lot of pressure on the Indians.
And finally, a question on sibling rivalry again. Does the intensity reduce just because it's a backyard cricket match, or it doesn't? Bring it for us, come on.
Nah, there's a bit of banter, but I feel like I'd normally kind of give up after a while and he normally wins, and yeah, I just start walking home.
Well, thank you so much for being here, and you've been of great support to the league as well, I heard. All the best for your upcoming tour too.
Thank you.
Courtney.
The Indian innings is underway. Thank you, Sue Haas, for a great job out on the ground.
And we've already seen some early tactics from the Australians. They've started with a slow bowler, opening with Cruz Baker.
We haven't used a lot of slow bowlers throughout the tournament, Grant. Dilraj, who batted so well the other night for the Australians, took a long time to get going, used up a lot of balls early, none from 15, and he ended up with 70 not out.
And so
better than a run of ball.
And so far the tactic has worked. Only one wide off the first over. The Australians, I was so impressed with their innings, the way that they controlled their innings. Their openers did a wonderful job putting on 75 before the loss of the first wicket, and then, as we said, that built a wonderful foundation for them to then go on and make 171. So 172 is the winning total for the Indians.
Yes, Hurd 52, Aditha out for a duck, Nasser 38, great opening partnership between Hurd and Nasser, Cruz Baker 25, and then the big hitting of Harrison Sippel at the end. And Henry Zeech spoke to him before the game, very happy with the way he's been going, always said he was going to take that catch, that unbelievable catch yesterday where he ran from long off to long on. He said, it's mine all the way, and he took the catch. So he'll bowl now to Harsha Aurora. Hasn't had a great time of it with the bat in this tournament. Zeech bowls to him. It's down the leg side, almost taken cleanly by Curtis McAllister.
Now, did he get any pad? Yes, that was the leg by. So just flicked the pad going down leg. So no wide. But the pressure on both teams. This is the final. This is the final of the inaugural competition. Aussie Cricket League Under-19 final. Australian Kangaroos versus the Indian Tigers. A lot of pride on the line for both countries.
Slow burn, the Kangaroos have got better the longer the tournament's gone on. First night their batting wasn't great, their bowling terrific. Second night their fielding and bowling in the back 10 against the Indians a bit disappointing. Yesterday they got it completely right, as that ball is inside the channel wide of the off stump, and Dilraj again has a look, not interested.
Bustling in here, Henry Zeech. Wants to really build some pressure for his team. Start imposing himself so that that run rate, that required run rate, keeps getting higher and higher. They need 170 runs of 112 balls.
Zeech again down the leg side. That'll be called a wide by umpire Steve. Not quite getting his line right early days, young Henry, but he's had an outstanding tournament. Might be in contention for player of the series. There's quite a few that will have their name up in lights for that. Abdul Rafa with 2 5-wicket hauls for Pakistan. Nearly dragged his team over the line and into the final yesterday against India. Zeech in again, and this is in the air by Dilraj. He fended at that, and he gets off the mark. Takes him 8 deliveries today, and it's none for 4.
Yeah, it's always a relief for the batter there to get off the mark. Harsh Arora on strike now. Dilraj 1 off his 8 deliveries.
And this is a good delivery that is short of a length, and Harsh Arora didn't play that all that confidently or comfortably.
And length is just so important. He hit that magic length there. Not over pitch, not short enough to actually do that rock back and pull shot. So length is just going to be so important. There's more movement in the wicket tonight than there has been all tournament.
Zeech again short and wide, and it is called a no ball, and it's a free hit. So a little bit all over the place, Henry. Maybe the nerves are just playing a role. None for 5.
Over the head, mate.
Yeah, look, in a final, it is always possible that you just try that a little bit too hard, and at the moment, Henry is just losing his radar a little bit. His line's got to be that sort of off stump or 5th stump line. So we have a free hit for Harsh Arora.
And he hits it high. He can't be dismissed, even if the Australians manage to take the catch, and they do. And that's disappointing. Matthew Holmes took the catch, indicating that their good fielding of yesterday is still on song so far tonight, but doesn't get reward.
And they took a single, so he's now off the mark.
Disappointing for the Kangaroos. Dilraj ready for him again, gets a short of a length ball that he fends down to the charging Ali Nassar at point, and there's no run.
And that was a really nice finish by Henry Zeech then. Really good line and length. Dilraj couldn't do anything with that, and that's the type of pressure bowling that is required even when you're defending a total of in the 170s, which is obviously a very good total. It's actually the biggest total so far, Dan, of the tournament.
By 9 runs. India made 162 and they batted first in the opening day, the opening match against the Lincoln Lions. As I say, 162 in Australia with 171 tonight. So a great effort considering the rain early days. It didn't affect them too much. They've been magnificent, and Cruz Baker will now bowl his second over.
Only 1 wide in his first over, so let's see if he can go back-to-back here with another good over.
Doing a Greg Matthews bowling with the cap. And he opens the blade, plays at the point. Ali Nassar is there, skidding all over the turf, but they make it through for a run.
So these are going to be little sliders, and well supported there by his field, keeping the pressure on the Indian batters.
Knocks into the onside, Dilraj. Both batters are now on 2.
So he's just going to be looking for this one line, one length.
Come on, lads, come on, lads.
Sliding on, making the batter do all the work.
Hey, Cruz.
Baker with his off spin. Tosses it up. Dilraj again has a stacked offside field to try and penetrate. He can't. Bowling to his field at the moment. Beautifully Cruz Baker.
Come on, boys.
And getting through his overs quickly too.
Tension palpable. Cruz Baker in again. Takes the outside edge of Dilraj's bat. And they managed to get a run. And Curtis McAllister's whipped the bails off. I'm not sure that he's made his ground though. So maybe they haven't got a run, Harsh Aurora. The Australians are pretty happy about that.
I don't think he's even referred this. I think that he's just given this out on the field, umpire Simon. Let's have a look at it. Oh, did he have his bat in the air off?
The one issue is Pinder Singer's covered our look at it. I think he might just be home.
Yeah, I think he's just made it too. Bails are coming off now,
and he's just over the line,
so
I reckon.
Yeah.
He's home, so he has got the run. But a good piece of work by the Australians. Well done.
The third umpire came in for the review and has now communicating to the two umpires on the field that that was indeed safe, not out.
All good, eh, lads?
But a great piece of fielding.
You get another one, eh?
And I'm very impressed with McAllister. Very quick to whip the bails off then. So Dilraj survives. 1 from 10.
An excellent over this has been by Cruz Baker.
Only 2 runs off the bat from his 2 overs so far. Just the start his captain would have been looking for.
Full credit to the Kangaroos too, Grant, by just mixing it around tonight.
Yeah, they're playing to the conditions. They're changing up their tactics.
Baker bowls again. He defends from the crease. He rushed that on and Harsh Aurora had to jam down on that, push it back to the bowler, and once again, the dot ball, which is what the Kangaroos want.
When you think about it, they won the toss and decided to bat, so that means that they were able to post a score and then now apply pressure to the Indian Tigers.
Now he hits this in the air. Is it going to land safely? It does. Zeech will come back and do the fielding, but too late, I think. McAllister has whipped the bails off, and he has said, he shouldn't have said anything, but I think he said something to Harsh Aurora. Don't think you're safe this time, or words to that effect.
That was never 2 in that. He was well short of his ground. Even the big dive wasn't going to be enough to save him there.
He got a top edge. It flew away. He's a terrific fielder, Henry Zeech. We've seen that. It was a great return. Harsh Aurora knew he had to get on his bike. He was running for his life, but he was never going to make that second run. You're right, Grant. And they're now 1 for 9.
And that's the pressure. I'm going to put that wicket down to the pressure that Cruz Baker has been able to place on the Indian team. Look, he wasn't even in the frame, Dan. And these are these critical moments that happen in a final. He'll be so disappointed when he picks himself off and takes himself back to his team.
What would you say to Curtis McAllister? If they win the title, he who laughs last laughs loudest, you don't say anything, or should you say something to him? Because he said something clearly to Harsh Aurora after he survived a previous run
look,
out.
I'll be honest with you, Dan, I don't think we need that.
No, I agree with you. Zeech starts a new over and goes down the leg side, and the umpire has indicated that that brushed the thigh pad on the way through, so it's not given as a leg side wide.
Yeah, we want our young players to be playing with a lot of spirit and a lot of heart, but I'm not sure that that's required.
1 for 9 after 3 overs. The run rate required climbing to 9.59. Henry Zeech just hasn't quite got his radar right tonight. This is short, and it's fended down by Dilraj, who again is taking his time. But remember, I've said it a couple of times, 0 off 15 when he anchored the innings. A very impressive innings when they chased down 153 against the Australian Kangaroos to win by 6 balls and 5 wickets on Friday, so
he's got
wouldn't be too worried yet.
He's got the capacity to go deep in the innings.
Certainly has. Yeah, he certainly has. Zeech in again. He gets a top edge here. Has he managed to clear? No, he hasn't. Zeech has taken the court and bowled. It didn't sail too far away. Caught it short forward, square leg by Henry Zeech. It was onto him way too quickly. It got big, and then bigger. And he gets the top edge and Zeech takes the catch. India teetering at 2 for 9 grand.
Yeah, Australia well on top, and how often do you see it? A run out, then a wicket to fall soon after that. Hang on, he's been called back. He's been asked to stop. It looks like it was a no ball.
Oh.
So that's a front foot no ball by well over.
Yeah,
Dan.
well over. Well over.
This match has got absolutely everything. That is well over. So not only is that not out, but now it'll be a free hit.
Well, that could turn the game again, couldn't it?
There's the free hit signal there by the umpire, Umpire Lewis.
So Dilraj was caught and bowled, but it was a no ball, and he gets a chance for a free hit here. And he drives down the ground, but he won't beat Baker. No one beats Ben Baker in the field. He's been outstanding for Australia as the skipper, and he does the fielding at Whitish mid-off.
Yeah, I'd like to see the captain just come and have a word with Henry here and just say, come on, mate, we just need some line and length from you. The number of the varieties of balls that he's bowling at the moment, I think it's doing something with his radar. He's having trouble getting 2 balls in the same spot.
Enough in again, and this is down the leg side, I would have thought. It's a shortish delivery, and then he starts saying something to the batter. Okay, it's a final. They're not playing for sheep stations. Come on, boys. Behave yourselves. 1 for 10.
Yeah, I'd really like the captain just to come up and have a little word to him here. There's no doubt he's plenty of heart, and he's absolutely trying his hardest. But that was lucky not to get called, even for leg side.
Well, that's right. He's in again. This is flicked away. Caught! That one I don't think's a no ball. We'll double check it. Caught it backward. Square leg. Flicked away. Arvanav's had a poor tournament. He's out for a duck. And I think this time Henry gets his wicket. And the Indian Tigers now are 2 for 10. Zeech in one of the most interesting overs we've ever seen. He did have a wicket. He got called back, Dilraj, because of a no ball. And he gets Arvanav out a couple of balls later as he flicks off his toes. Picks out the fielder, however, at backward square. And the Australians right on top here at 2 for 10.
Yeah, I just think he maybe tried to do a little bit too much with that. Maybe just a flick off his pad was all that was required. And now, yeah, deep in trouble at 2 for 10, the Indian Tigers. And the Australians well on top. And now it's becoming more apparent why Australia chose. They talked about matchups, why they chose to win the toss, post a total, and clearly they're in the box seat to defend it here at the moment.
Well, the run rate's gone over 10 and over. Manraj is the new batsman, Manraj Kalon. He's got a bit of an injury, as Suha said. Struggled with the ball earlier today, man of the match yesterday. And Zeech has still got an over to go. He delivery to go. I thought he'd finished the over. In fact, he's got a couple to go, and it's defended into the offside. That's a better delivery.
Yeah, it's catch coming out. That's the end of the over now. So after all of that, what did he end up with? He's bowled 2 overs for 7,
and 1 wicket,
and a wicket. So in terms of results, he's certainly got the results for the Australians. It's just been a real mixed bag, and maybe that's worked in his favour.
But if you were to break it down, if you were his bowling coach or if you were his coach, you'd break it down and say it was a little bit all over the place. But then again, he's still got a wicket. He's still got the result, hasn't he?
Absolutely. Yeah, no, you're right. It'd be interesting. What I'd like to just think, when he looks back and sees it, say, what am I going to, how do I assess myself on that?
In a lot of ways in life and in sport, it's not about the journey, it's about the destination, isn't it, Grant?
Oh, definitely. And particularly at under 19.
Yeah.
Particularly, what a wonderful opportunity these under 19 players have been given. Most of them been flown in from all over Australia to come to one of the most beautiful parts of the world at Noosa.
1 for 11, the start of the 5th over. Depinder Singh bowls and he has a bit of a flirt outside the off stump. No ball. Front foot, no ball. It's afflicted Depinder a bit. It's afflicted a few of the bowlers, but Depinder, I would like to think, might have nearly bowled an over of front foot, no ball, so we get a free hit.
And Dan, they're not just just no balls. They are no balls by a big margin.
Yep. That's a real concern, isn't it?
Yeah, Cardinals sin in T20 cricket, or any cricket for that matter.
So he flicks this away, pulls it away behind square, short delivery, and he picks up a boundary and adds insult to injury with the free hit. A boundary to Dilraj. He's been caught off a no ball. And while he's there, I still think they're a massive chance because of his ability to set and make runs. 7 off 18 now.
Lovely shot there by Dilraj. Little off cutter, starts outside off but angles beautifully right into the slot there for the right-hander to flick that over square.
Depinder in again, bowls and playing it into the point region.
And that's a beautiful ball. That can be protected by the offside field. Very difficult to get that away. Just got a feeling Dilraj holds the keys here. If he can anchor this innings, as you were saying, Dan, then the other Indian players bat around them. They're still right in this game.
Good players still to come, of course. Depinder bowls. He flicks this away on the onside. Behind square to Matthew Holmes. He took 3 wickets in 1 over against Pakistan on the opening night.
Centre, please. Way over, mate. That's
Depinder Singh, a nice, big, strong looking bowler that bowls nice shape, mainly in-swing deliveries.
From the Wests Cricket Club, where the great Carl Rackerman spent some time. Depinder Singh in again. This time he slashes outside the off stump and he clears the field for 4, bouncing away from the fielder who was a little bit finer on the offside, looking for protection, a point. He sliced that over cover, a big boundary, just a bit short then from Depinder Singh, and Manraj off the mark. This has been an okay over for India so far, 2 for 21.
With this type of wicket, I just got a feeling that the faster you bowl, the better it is easier it is to play shots, because it's not sticking in the wicket like it was last night. It's actually getting through quite nicely. So this speed, an off-speed ball might be the key.
He's on the back foot and he fends it down to third man.
And that's a lovely comeback by Singh. That is the type of delivery that it really, you can't do much more with it than that. So what have we got? We've got 2 for 20. The Richie Benno, the 2 for 22.
2 for 22. The all-time great commentator, wonderful captain, terrific bowler. Met him a few times.
For sure.
Lovely man. Wide of the off stump. Oh, it's been called a wide.
Yeah, I think
I wonder, I mean, Simon's an outstanding umpire. Just wonder whether that's a bit harsh.
I think it hit the line for mine. I'd rather our bowler, or the Australian bowler, not our bowler, the Australian bowler, be a little bit tighter and not give that sort of width anyway. Get your radar back into that 5th stump.
Make them play.
Right there.
It's a beautiful delivery. He has to defend. He is very compact. Dilraj, this is looking a bit like the other night in regard to how he's settling, despite the fact he was caught up a no ball. 8 for 21. India after 5 overs, 2 for 23. The target is 172. The Australians making pretty good score of 4 for 171, with Hurd top scoring with 52 and Nasser made 38 and a brilliant 31 by Harrison Sipple.
I've got a feeling that was a little momentum shift there for India. 12 off that over, so that's clearly the best over so far of the innings for them. If they can pull together a couple of back-to-back 12 to 14 run overs. Oh, we're bowled.
Well, it was a ripper. It looked like it fell out of his hand, and then he slowed it down, and it almost was a Yorker length ball that if Manraj had not squeezed down on that, that hits him full bunger in front. I'm going to take a break. The great man Suhas will come in with India 2 for 23.
Thank you, Dan. 2 for 23 off 5. Sich bowling his third over in a row. The captain deciding to keep the left arm quick on. And 2 really good balls. Very difficult to do too much for that. Hello, Suhash. How are you, mate?
Oh, good. How are you?
How are you viewing the game here at the moment?
23 for 2. Indian Tigers are in deep trouble. And Zeesh is bowling excellently well. It's just that a couple of times his front foot has misbehaved. But the way he's come back with that wicket as well is excellent to watch. Manraj, now he wasn't 100% before this game began. He was nursing a groin injury. I'll be surprised if he can run that fast. Is he going to compensate with his stroke making for that running as well? Is another question that pops to my mind.
Good start in this third over. 2 full pitch Yorkers and then 1 jamming in at the hip. We've got 3 dot balls from Z, so a terrific over. Just what the Australian Kangaroos would be looking for at this stage. In the air and over. That could have gone to hand, but in the end it was beautifully timed by Manraj. Just outside off stump. A little punch over cover and down for 4. That's a lovely shot, Manraj. And I can just feel a little shift here for the Indians.
Something had to give. 3 dot balls. Much better.
Playing a miss outside the off stump.
He's giving him the stare.
He's giving us, and the Aussie boys don't need to be doing this. Just let your actions do the talking, boys.
The problem is their actions, especially with the ball in hand, it is doing the talking.
Yeah, it's a bit of both at the moment, isn't it?
But the batters of the Indian Tigers are not understanding the dialect.
Do most of the boys, a lot of them might be speaking English, is that right?
No, the talking that the English are doing in terms of the Australians are doing with the ball in hand.
Oh,
it's
gotcha.
that dialect that they are unable to understand.
I'm with you. And a good finish. So only 4 runs off that over, and that was a much more controlled over.
I don't know about the lip reading there, but the stare is a universal language.
Yeah, there's a bit of feeling in this. The Australian team would love to be the inaugural winners of this tournament, which I've got to say, Sinesh, I've been so impressed with it. The opportunity that you and the organisers have given to young cricketers at this time of the year. Normally they'd be off all playing football and doing other things, but they're playing cricket, and that's great for cricket.
And it's good if you only play cricket. That's a conversation that could have been avoided. But see, when you're pumped up, of course, it's difficult to control yourself. Right shoot. What an over that was from Henry Z. Just one poor ball which is put away for 4. Otherwise, dot balls on either side of that boundary. And Manraj's innings will be vital here. He's already played a bigger innings and he's shown the capabilities of someone who can steer an innings. Look at him imprint the field on the back of his mind. Wants to know the field better than Ben Baker right now.
Yeah. Now, Talun Ronhart, I hope I've got that pronunciation correct for you. And a good start. I love that little skip he does. Just as he approaches, gathers himself, and then this is the type of speed, Sudash, I think is going to be difficult to get away on. So I think this is the one that's going to be that speed that it's going to be. The batter's going to have to do a fair bit of work. Just down for a single, down to long on.
Tell themselves that, look, the first power play is ended and we do not have the intended runs on the board. We need to attack at this stage so that we don't leave it too late. Oh, beautiful!
Just bowling that in the corridor of uncertainty.
The two kinds of bowlers. One who deliver that ball and then have a few things to say to the batter. The other one smiles. Both of them equally painful for the batter.
Yeah, he just really looked like he enjoyed that, didn't he?
I think he's in his zone here, Manraj Kalon. He's in his zone. He's very unfazed by what the bowler has to tell him or stare.
Little flick, down to the onside, down to deep, mid on, and just a single.
Everyone moving, boys, everyone moving, let's go.
Yeah, tell him or stare about there. The bowler is quite unfazed. Manraj Kalon. Dilraj is taking his time, 9 of 23, but because he's already set a template before Grant and it's worked for him, the Indian Tigers will be backing him.
Yes, as Dan said too, he's got the ability to bat deep into the innings. Really good line and length there. That's all he's looking for. He's just looking for that control. He's saying, oh, pushing outside off stump. He wants to keep the ball outside off stump and full.
Subtitles, please. Raikko's decided not to look at the ball but the batter.
I think he's saying there,
Come for coaching lessons.
very happy for you just to keep pushing outside off stump. Something like that.
Oh, good Yorker.
Yeah, well bowled.
Well dug out. Good cricket all around.
Zoned into that middle stump. Good way to finish the over. Oh, there's been a little mix-up there in the field by the Australians. And is there going to be any checking? Was the ball dead, or is that run the umpires are conferring? Had they called over, if they had called over, then the ball would have been dead. But if they hadn't, then that run was completely entitled.
And if that run was entitled, then the appeal as well would be standing. We don't know if it's a run out or no.
No, there's no review by the look of that, so looks like the run does stand. So what have we got? The Indian Tigers, 2 for 30 now off 7. 142 runs required off 78. Now, it was a misfield by the Australians. There's not a lot of concentration going on out there. Direct hit, not out.
3 runs of that over is still a very good over from Talon.
Yeah, it was a good over. He'd be very happy with that. Let's have a look. Oh! Oh, yes, no, he's definitely in.
He's not in by much, I'm telling you. It can be very tricky when you run sliding the bat.
Benny Baker comes on. And he'll be looking just to keep control. Great fielding off his own bowling. He's bowling from the southern end.
Whole lot of pressure on him, mate. Striking at 40 here. Striking at 40. Not good enough. Come on, boys.
Plenty of energy. There's plenty of talk by the Australians. And I don't have a problem with that if it's to keep each other going and keeping the energy going in within your team.
bowler here, if not more, because the required reach already climbed up to 11. If
Yeah.
you leave it too late, even with wickets in hand, it can get deeper, it can get more troublesome.
I agree, sir. So that's it. I think these guys should be saying, look, I'm going to anchor this innings and see it through. You go. So whoever is the bigger hitter of the two, they certainly need a couple of big overs right now. And there's a swing down to leg. There's no one in close protecting on the offside of the field. And so there's a single there every time. But singles aren't going to do it for the Indian Tigers at the moment. They are already looking down nearly 2 runs a ball. And this is a good bowling move by the Australians. Ben Baker, no pace on the ball.
Picked it up nicely, but the
Oh, that's a catch.
Straight down his throat. And that's the end of Dilraj. The investment does not pay today. 27 deliveries for his 11 and add one more for the wicket that fell.
That's such a shame for the Indian Tigers. That, if anything, was a drag down by Ben Baker. He hit that quite nicely, but he picked the deep square leg fielder straight out and it was beautifully taken. Very safely taken down there, and that's the 3rd wicket for the Indian Tigers.
I think the manner in which he's got out, it's looked so innocuous in the replay. That's paining a little more to Dilraj.
You know, game awareness, field awareness. If there's a man at deep mid-wicket, that's when you actually have to either hit it, well, ideally, over his head for 6. But if you're not confident of doing that, they're the balls that need to go along the ground to the outfield. Where are the gaps? Where are the pockets? Where can I pick up to?
Come on, boys, got to do something, eh?
Sandeep,
Got to move this game along.
the scorecard
Come on,
that
boys.
he's inherited does not read out a good story. Outside edge, and it's going to run away for 4. Sandeep's off the mark, but not mentally.
That's the width. That's the width that he would have been looking for. Sandeep bowled beautifully. Let's see how he bats. And that was enough just to get that. He's free his hands, and there's no protection there anywhere around the slip or gully area. So that's going to be 4 runs every time.
I stand corrected. I thought it was an outside edge, but he played that deliberately. He was in such good control now that you realize there's a lot of there's a lot of premeditation.
Outside off, over the top, and there's a fielder protecting out there. So do they pick up 2? Yes, they did. They got 2 for that nice shot over the offside.
Ada was gone, 37 for 3, and to take a single of the last ball.
Only a single, okay. This conversation would be, I'd love to be a fly on the wall just listening to what these 2 young players are saying. There's no lack of confidence with these 2 players, is there?
Absolutely.
They're both fine cricketers. There's still 12 overs to go. And it sounds like the last ball was over the line that we're hearing.
Oh well. If that's the case, the over is not done and dusted with. We lose out more time for sure. But much to the delight of Indian Tigers, there will be a free hit that will follow in case if it's a front foot no ball. In case it's a front foot no ball.
And this is Ben Baker, the offie, the slow bowler.
What does the third umpire think?
Well, that looks like that's a no ball to me. It's well and truly a no ball. There's no part of his heel behind the popping crease. And I think he is calling now. Umpire Lewis is calling no ball, and the Indian batsmen are now being advised to go back to their crease because there's still 1 ball to come. And I think that's at least the 3rd no ball by the Australians. So lacking a little bit of discipline there. The last thing they want to be doing is giving away no balls. Free hit.
And that's clearly a no ball.
So the fielders will all have to go back to their positions. No one will be able to move. Everyone, and there's the signal for free hit. And Ben Baker re-bowls the last ball. And this will be Sandeep on strike. Didn't quite get it.
Nothing changes for Baker. Look at him get the composure once again when he's suddenly asked to bowl a free hit.
And he just bowled that ball. He just jammed the ball on the popping crease, and that was really hard to get away. So got away with it in the end. Yep, no ball, free hit. 3 for 87 off 8 overs. That's 12 overs remaining. And now the run rate required is 11 runs per over. So, Sidis, I think now's the time. Do you? That a couple of big overs could really drag this back for the Indian Tigers.
134 in 72, absolutely right. A couple of big overs. But who do they target? Because Manraj is just about getting started. Sandeep is looking solid. He's middling the ball now. Just 2 deliveries he's faced, so very lesser sample size to suggest that he's someone who's already built an innings. He's seeing the ball well.
So it'll be interesting to see who Australia now brings into the attack. Yes.
Kangaroos have decided to go with Talon.
So you'll be interested. The captain has bowled his bowlers in small spells, back to back, which often isn't the case in T20s these days. The captain will bowl, but it all comes down often to the matchups in the Premier Leagues.
How much have they played against each other is another question to have that bigger sample size for the matchup as well to work. But at the moment, Ben Baker has been calling the shots really well.
That's exactly what I was thinking. They probably don't know each other, so if a bowler's bowling well, let's keep him on.
They're getting to know each other. There's a lot of conversation in the middle.
That's true. They're quite right. High in the air. Fielder getting under it. That's a good catch. Very, very good catch going back. And that's a big wicket again for the Australians. That's one thing they've done so well tonight. They've held on to their catches, and that's a terrific wicket for the Australians. Just got underneath the ball, and that went a long way in the air, and a good catch at the end.
Oh, terrific catch. Never lost sight of the ball. And it's Talon who has the last laugh. Cornering the batter into a position where he had to attack. Doesn't get it from the middle of the bat. Finds himself back in the hut. It's a very good catch indeed to dismiss Manraj. 38 for 3, the Indian Tigers.
And this brings...
Now with that wicket, 38 for 4.
38 for 4. Does this bring the Indian captain to the crease? No, not yet. Ashdeep's the new batsman, and still got the captain to come, Manroop, who's an extremely good player. So there's still batting to come for the Indians, and a couple of big partnerships required now. The current run rate's just under 5, and it's over 11, the run rate required. Ashdeep Singh, the new batter for India, the Indian Tigers. How often do you see the team that's been dominant all tournament, taken all before them, get to a final, and then things change? It's just happens so often.
Times, but it's a very different kind of a script for the Australian Kangaroos. If you see, yesterday they were rooting for a team that they're up against right now in the big finale.
Exactly right.
But that's the beauty of the cricket and the contest itself, isn't it?
That's exactly right, and well bowled. Well bowled. Really nice line, and that's very difficult to get away.
The Indian Tigers how ironical would it be for the Tigers to look back and say to the Kangaroos that you were wolf in sheep's clothing.
I saw a couple of kangaroos on this beautiful golf course at Noosa on the way.
Don't tell me.
Seriously.
It's my second tour to Australia. I'm still searching for a
If
kangaroo.
you go and play golf at the Noosa Golf Club, which is not far away, you'll see one for sure.
Well, that'll be quite an expensive visit to the kangaroo.
Or just go and have a look at the
membership first up to see me. That's what the Kangaroos are saying.
go and have a look at the golf course, because there were two on one of the fairways, and maybe just used to it. We get used to them. There's the organiser there, Harry, who's done a wonderful job. And his team in the blue suit. He is the person that has brought these teams to Australia and made this happen, all in the name of promoting cricket. Another just a little away swing there, and Talon is going very well. I can sense that he's got some really good energy going here. He's feeling confident. The ball's coming out nicely.
Oh, beautifully indeed. Look at him give away absolutely nothing. Starts the over with a wicket. And after that, 3 dot balls. He's just sticking to his strengths.
So Arshdeep, the new batter, doesn't have any time at all really to get his eye in here.
Not at all. Every batter who comes in right now is feeling the heat. That's not for the best part of the bat, but will be off the mark nonetheless, Arshdeep.
It looks like the Australians have really thought through this. Their field placements have been very, very good. They've decided to bowl their bowlers in spells, so if they're going well, let's keep them going.
Absolutely right, and I'm very impressed by what Talon's done here as well. It's something that he did in the previous game too. In fact, all through the tournament. Very inexpensive, does his work for the captain, always picks up a wicket. It's Henry from the other end who just keeps it very, very tight while others reap the rewards of the wicket.
Down leg side, that's a rare loose ball by Talon. He usually is just, that line has just been impeccable, and he hasn't tried to do too many variations. He's really just varied his speed, but he's really kept his line consistent, which has meant that he's been difficult to get away, but that one got away from him.
Yes, it did, and I'm interested in seeing how Sandeep approaches this innings. 40 for 4. His partner is as new as Sandeep is. Does he still go for the big shots because the required rate is not stopping itself from climbing?
Off stump, push, quick single, and it will only be one. It's a well-protected offside field. There's plenty of space and plenty of pockets on the leg side, but as long as he keeps that offside line, it's going to be really difficult to get him around.
9 overs gone, 41 for 4.
And 41 for 4. The Indian Tigers have had such a wonderful tournament so far. A big win against Pakistan, and they've beaten Australia already in the round robin stages. They beat Sri Lanka, so they've come into this final full of confidence and playing extremely well. On the other hand, we've had the Australian team that have had a slow build into this tournament. They had a good win, a very good win. They had to win in 12 or 13 overs against Sri Lanka even to make it to the final, then hope.
That's the thing, they had to win in 13.2, but just like you, perhaps they also thought, if we had to win in 12 or 13 overs, alright, let's win in 11 so that we are absolutely clear of where we want to be.
And they did that.
Yes.
Which was, fine performance, and the openers had a wonderful game in that particular game.
What a story it's been for the Kangaroos, isn't it? To win by a margin, to find themselves in the finale, now in a very good position to go on and lift the cup as well.
So Matthew Holmes takes up the foul. That's a great effort there. That sort of short gully, the ball flies away.
Didn't go at it with very hard hands, but that should have been taken for the standards that have been set.
Maybe saved 4 runs, but would have been a wonderful catch at the same time. Holmes, the new bowler, Matthew Holmes.
Matthew Holmes almost picked up a wicket the first ball.
Driving
Beautiful
down to deep mid off.
this outfield's actually not allowing the ball to travel further.
We got a lot of rain, didn't we? Sunesh, we did. Sunesh, we got a lot of rain, and it was a very unseasonal type of storm. Not the fact that it rained, but normally we get those at the beginning of summer. So to get hail in Brisbane and a torrential lightning storm here was quite unusual. Outside off, well bowled. Only a single, follows through.
That single was not rid of a stutter.
They may be lacking a little bit of confidence here at the moment, the Indians, and of course the Australians, they feel like they're well on top, and of course they are. They're being supported in the field by some very good fielding. They've taken some great catches.
Absolutely, and kudos to the coaches as well, of the Indian side who've been constantly talking to the youngsters, feeding them the right advice. And what I like about both the coaches, be it TP Singh or Sharad Lumba. Oh, this time it will be taken. This time it will be taken. Matthew Holmes has challenged the outside edge once again. And the man inside the circle at 45 has not made any mistake this time around.
And I think, Sunesh, I think he's actually moved himself a couple of metres to his left. And so he started in a position there that was, made it much easier for him to get there. Two hands, and what a really good catch. And there's a wicket for Holmes. Well done, Matthew Holmes.
To persist with the same line, to persist with the same plan, and get a result of this kind, you got to tip your hat to Matthew Holmes. Indian Tigers are served 44 for 5.
Now,
required rate climbing to 12.
Here's the Indian captain, and I believe personally this Ben Roop has got first-class cricket written all over him. He's going to be a first-class cricketer. He's such a good player. Let's see how he goes with his. Obviously, he's under a lot of pressure. It's always surprised me that he bats so low. I asked that last night.
That's a skill, actually. That's the way he comes in and finishes games off. But today he's got to build the platform so that he can provide the finishing touches later on if required. Grant, I have one concern though. It's a very good delivery, of course. I have one concern though, and that is the games have come very thick and fast in this tournament. Manroop's been captaining the side and also bailing them out of difficult situations. It might take a mental toll on him. Does he have it in him to tell himself, remind himself that it's one last hurdle?
As soon as you make a really good point, like he was so calm and controlled last night against Pakistan. I just felt tonight he wasn't quite. I just think he might have been a little bit tired because he's been really holding this team together. He's been bowling himself when the tough overs were around, and yeah, let's see. But I'm going to hand over now to Dan. Thank you very much.
Welcome, Dan.
Hello, Suhas. Good to be here, and the Australians right on top, saving their best performance of the tournament for the final. And I think Grant's right. The Indians just look a little bit flat to me, and it's been a long tournament. They've played some great cricket and just not at their best tonight. So far, anyway.
At the halfway stage, they've lost half their side. 44 is on the boards. On the board, and they're requiring what, 120 plus. Required rates almost touching 13 now, with 128 required in 60 balls. This game, if it has to go the distance, then one of these two has to really bat out of his skin. Manroop, I would trust a little more depending on history. But Sandeep is no muck with the bat. Remember that he's bailed teams out of difficult situations. And the reason I say teams is because he's done that for multiple sides, not just his academy side.
It's going to be fascinating how Manroop goes about this, because they've got to make so many runs. The run rate required, as you can see, is nearly at 13. Does he only know one way, or does he have to settle in now for a few deliveries and just get his eye in, or does he just try and play the way he's played throughout the tournament, which has generally worked for him?
Yeah, you said it. He's got to back himself and go for the big shots, because he can't leave it too late. And if he does so, whom does he leave it to?
Zeech bowls. He gets a top edge, a thick outside edge, dropped. Holmes has dropped a catch he probably should have taken. That would have been a big wicket for the Australians.
The Indian Tigers are breathing a sigh of relief because there's one man who can turn this game around for them, and that is Manroop. That's nowhere near the middle of the bat. That should have been taken 9 out of 10 times. Holmes would have pouched it. But a slippery ball, and he does not take that catch. How much will Manroop make them pay? Henry Zeesh is not happy about that effort.
He has bowled well again. And this time the blade is opened by Sandeep and he works it down to third man.
Barring that drop catch, if you see, the Kangaroos have been absolutely relentless. And it's such a great attribute to have as a bowling unit. And this is the chance once again. Manroop in no position to play that shot, and he knew immediately he was in trouble. But Holmes, he hasn't subscribed to the book that Ben Baker has written.
Should have he waited for the ball to get a bit lower and take it around his mid-trip. Now he swings again. He's gone this time. Richards taken the catch. It didn't last long. To me, he didn't look that interested. The second time he's played that pull shot, he turned his head, and young Talon Richard has taken a sensational catch. The boy originally from Victoria, who's moved up to the Sunshine Coast with his family, has taken a great catch, and Manroop is out for 1, 6 for 47. Australia can smell this now, Suhas.
Yeah, good slower delivery, and the plan works once again. The ball sticking to the surface before it wanting to come to the batter, and this time no mistake made. It's a very good catch. You could sense that Manroop was not in his best form today, and it can happen. I still wonder, is it the mental toll? A brain fade moment. 47 for 6.
And he had a look at the pitch too, didn't he, as he walked off, knowing that the ball had probably got stuck in it.
There is a bit of grass, but it's called winter grass, and it's a new term that I've learned coming here to Australia. The winter grass is what Lachlan, who works on the surface, has said. But when I look at it coming from India, I would say leave a buffalo there, it'll survive for a week. It's that much grass, but he says it's innocuous. It's not the kind of grass that you usually see around the world.
Well, I just saw a zephyr of it. I've had a look at the pitch each day, and to me it looked about the same. He's done a great job with it.
Oh, he's done a terrific job with it, especially juggling school, that's what he told me. Juggling school and surfaces. The only thing that he wishes for is a little more control on what the sky has to give.
Well, not much you can do about it. That's the weather. And generally it's been outstanding. He's short, and it's pulled away. He didn't have control of it, but it goes over the wicketkeeper's head to the boundary for 4.
Ken Rashpal, who's been given an opportunity today after waiting in the ranks for a couple of days, turn it around for the Indian Tigers. 50 comes up, but it's very less of a celebration that follows because of the 6 wickets that have been lost. The idea is to go for that swivel, and it's good intent shown by Rashpal from the first ball. And it sort of simmers in you, isn't it, as someone who's as talented as Rashpal is, not finding a place in the 11, tells you how fully stacked the side is as well, the Indian Tigers. Rashpal.
I spoke to him yesterday. I said the Australians are good today. We beat them yesterday, so he's feeling pretty good.
Absolutely. Now the final delivery.
For Henry Zeech in the tournament. It's a well-up ball. It's dug out. He doesn't score.
But 7 runs on the over and a wicket. It's a successful over for Henry. He would take this 51 for 6.
And he's had a great tournament. He's been another find. The quick left armour. So they need 121 in 54 balls. More than 2 runs a ball. The run rate required climbing unappreciably as far as the Indians are concerned to 13.44. Cruz Baker back in the attack. Suhas.
Rashpal, who's been given the license to go for the big shots and play his natural game. Remember, usually bats 3 and sometimes 4 and would run in if you ask him to open. Good ball. Oh, well, there was a bit of a tangle. And Rashpal was in no mood of giving Baker a hug. He was trying his best to reach home.
And Baker was in no mood of reciprocating.
He's going at it with hard hands, and that's the cause of concern here for Sandeep. He's losing his shape in the process.
Well, they can't do anything else. They've just got to go, don't they?
They got to go, but a bit of holding the shape will definitely help for the kind of batter that Sandeep is. Now, this is what happened a couple of balls ago. Rashpal trying to get there, and I think Baker refrained from the throw. I think this is in this. If at all you want to mention the spirit of cricket, this might be one such moment.
Well, the Australians have been pretty full on tonight, haven't they? They've been pretty excited about the wickets they've taken and the way they've played, and there's been a bit of chirp out there, hasn't there?
And that's become the unwritten rule we were discussing, that if you're a keeper these days, you've got to lead the chirp.
Well, you do, but...
Or take lessons of babysitting in case you want to keep in Australia.
Yeah, that was very good what Tim Payne did, and then, of course, his wife took that memorable photo with her 2 children, the selfie with Richard Payne. It was a ripper, wasn't it? And the fact that he allowed that to happen just indicated there was good spirit and goodwill out there.
Such a good over from Cruz Baker. Any over where the Indian Tigers are starved of the boundary balls, it's a good over for the Kangaroos.
It's a flatter delivery. It's cut away, caressed away, and he was on the move. He nearly stumbled. He was stumbling in like Susie Quattro and Chris Norman, then Ali Nassar, but he ensured there's no run at 6 for 54.
No clue. You've got to explain.
Well, we'll explain. Let me just get through the over.
Cruz Baker is quicker than you are. Oh, good ball. And what an end to the over. Just 3 runs of it. We'll move on to the story now. 54 for 6.
Number 1 hit, 1978. Susie Quattro was one of the great rock and roll chicks. In fact, there's another ball still to go. They didn't quite count the deliveries. We'll come back to it.
Ah, the wide delivery. I love the bat flow that Rashpal's got at this stage.
They called the previous ball a wide. I'm not sure about that either.
Yeah,
but anyway.
But it's not yielding the runs required.
No,
It's
it's
just
not.
a 1.
Now,
1978. I am absolutely sure I had no clue about it.
Well, you wouldn't unless you know Australian music, and I love that sort of music. And she was a great rock and roll chick from America. That's what they called her, a rock and roll chick. Rock and roll lady, okay. I'll be politically correct, yes. But I'm just using the term that they would have used in those days.
But we're on a broadcast.
Correct, I know that. And she had a number 1 hit with the lead singer of a band from America called Smokey, called Stumbling In.
Ali Nasser has no clue either.
Our love is alive, and so we begin.
You just
Foolishly lay your cards on the table and stumbling in.
You just increased the playlist of Ali Nasser there. Good delivery from Talon. What a time to come in and bowl as well. 56 for 6. The Indian Tigers are being teamed.
He's played a lot of cricket. He's junior cricket at Kensington in the inner northwestern suburbs of Melbourne, and then the family moved up here 2 years ago for a bit of a sea change.
When Talon was told that there's a game coming up in Brisbane and it's going to be a new team altogether, but he's got to see blokes that he's played with and against. He signed up for it, but when he came here, he realized it's this different level altogether. So the way he's adjusted is just marvelous to see. And it's good to see that he admitted as well that he was expecting not such good standards, but he got one. Just tells you and speaks volumes about ACL under 19 itself.
And he, like a number of these young boys, play in the BPL, of which Ian Healy is the patron of.
Wonderful.
One of the greats of Australian cricket, a great mate of our co-commentator, Grant O'Hara. Reshit bowls again, top edge. Has he got enough on it? Let's see, the Australian fielding has been good. And unfortunately for McAllister on that occasion, not quite good enough. It went in the air for a long, long time. Let's have a look at it.
Yeah, this should have been taken, but you always let the man with the gloves take it. The problem is he didn't this time around. Very difficult catch, though. The ball was swerving in the air.
It was.
But sometimes that black sky, that white ball can look like a dot, but when it comes down quickly. He never looks settled underneath it as well. I think from the corner of his eye, he was looking at Ali Nasser if he's making a dash for it.
6 for 58. Taylor Reich 1 for 8 in his third over. They need 114 off 45.
15 and over required. They've got to keep going like this. So straight to the fielder. A dot ball is just going to increase the required rate. More frustration for Rashpal. Remember, he hasn't got the game time in this tournament.
No.
And comes in and is got a bat in this situation. I wonder what's going through his mind as well.
Was it a risky selection?
I wouldn't say it's a risky selection for sure. It's a very safe selection because looking at his stats and the amount of cricket that he's played in this part of the world, it's a very good selection. But it's just that he's been thrown to the deep end immediately and up against Stellon right now, who is bowling brilliantly. Yorkers on command.
Outstanding. What a Yorker that was. Three runs so far from the over. And it continues to slip away for the Indians.
15 and over means 3 boundary balls every over at least to stay in the game and make a dash for it towards the end. 130 in 43 is only possible if someone bats out of their skin.
Reshit bowls against down the leg side. That'll have to be called a wide, will it?
That should
yeah,
be
it will
wide.
be, yes.
Now with the change in rules, you always wait a little longer for the umpire.
Wondering whether it could have brushed a pad, could have brushed the pants on the way through.
We don't know about the longer run-ups, but the longer follow-throughs are becoming a cause of problems because the closer the bowler gets to the batter, there's something spoken.
The hop, skip and the jump from Reachard again.
But I love
Yorker
this.
length dug out brilliantly. Well done.
Just love this from Talon. Back to back, good Yorkers. And that shall see the deal in this over. 13 overs gone, 61 for 6.
So they've just got to throw caution to the wind. Or
what's the conversation between Sandeep and Rashpal? That's the bigger question here.
Caution to the wind.
111 and 42. Just look at where the wind is blowing and hit towards it. Throw the cricket ball to the wind. 111 and 42. Someone needs to become an Andre Russell here.
Cruz Baker.
Oh, shot.
That's a beautiful shot. He's got underneath that, I reckon. 6.
Yes, he did. Yes, he did. Terrific shot indeed. And that was very crisply struck. Baker tossed the ball up, which he can afford to do given the required rate of the Indian Tigers. But the Tigers accepted. What a shot that is. There is a long gone lurking, but it didn't matter.
Sometimes Suez is a bit deceptive when it goes so high in the air as to whether it's going to go the distance, but that one certainly did.
Oh, that was again hit very, very hard. But the mid-on has been converted to long on and long off as well. Everybody's straight now. Sandeep's asking, why didn't you run the second run? Rashpal saying that's because I don't think I can cover 22 yards as quickly as you do. Sometimes the problem is that Sandeep gauges everyone by the benchmark that he sets for himself. And those are too high.
He's getting going too.
Now Rashpal's getting perfect Yorkers. Sandeep's getting half volleys.
He's done a good job though, Cruz Baker. It was an inspired move by the Australians to open with him with his spin. We hadn't seen him in the tournament until yesterday.
No.
I think that was the only criticism of the Australian bowling, that maybe it was a bit too sameish outside Zeech with his left arm quicks, a lot of right arm mediums in the first 2 days.
8 runs in the first 3. Oh, he's taken it as a full toss. This has been hit really hard. And wow, has it hit the wicket. Much needed boundary for India. 12 runs on this over. Sandeep is keeping the Tigers alive, but is he keeping the Tigers in the hunt? Only time will tell.
Well, they're under 100 required now. But the run rate is still astronomical required, 15.63.
99 or 38. Long gone. Long gone. We'll take it on the bounce.
I thought that wasn't a bad shot in the end. It looked like he mistimed it, but I wonder if he deliberately played it like that to take the pace off it so it would land safely.
And Sandeep has been someone who's been getting starts but hasn't really pushed on. And he was even run out, unfortunately, in one of the games. So he's hungry for runs. And Rashpal with his huge backlift. He's still not finding a way to get underneath that ball. 9 of 10 for him. 74 for 6. 75 for 6 with that single.
Diving Baker did well to try and stop that. Good effort. He's been an outstanding fielder. We saw that catch yesterday that he took. Was about to clear the boundary for 6 and he jumped up and knocked it down, and Ali Nasser was there to receive it on the rebound.
14 runs scored in that over, and that's still less than what the required rate is.
Probably their best over the innings.
Just tells you how difficult this is getting for the Indian Tigers. The Kangaroos are on top.
Deepinder Singh back in the attack.
That should be taken. That didn't sound well. And it's simply taken. If it's going to Ben Baker, you better walk towards the pavilion, because he hasn't dropped a single chance in the entire tournament.
Well, that seemed to come onto him quicker than he hoped, quicker than he anticipated, and all he could do was drive it in the air recklessly. And you're right, Baker has got a wonderful pair of hands.
There's no other option for Rashpal, but he's got to keep going. That extra bit of bounce from Deepinder Singh has done the trick here. Baker gets a comfortable catch. He makes any catch look comfortable, doesn't he? 75 for 7.
So Nilhal Desai hit a couple of boundaries yesterday.
Well, yes, was able to manage one boundary that I remember he hit straight to the fielder, but that ricochet made sure that it was 4, and it was a very important boundary, as it proved towards the end, because it gave a lot of momentum to the Indian Tigers against the Pakistani Sultans. But right now, if the word momentum has to be used, it is only for the Kangaroos.
Clinical 2 days in a row so far, Suhas. Found their form at the right time.
What a fairy tale script it's been. Oh, good collect.
Great collect. That took off, didn't it? Oh.
Sometimes, as a keeper who's standing so far, you do not expect the ball to collect the ball right in front of your face. That took off, and it's a slower delivery that took off.
Went underneath the bat.
Pretty surprised by that. Cross seam delivery, Dan. Cross seam delivery. And that will yield the result. Land safely. Perhaps not the result Deepinder wanted.
But it was a good delivery, good bouncer. Again, it stuck in the wicket a little bit and surprised Nilhal Desai. Made a bit of a mess of that, but luckily it landed safely.
It's not the team that is that's applied itself better, not just that. Just adding to that, it's a team that has read the conditions better, which is on top, which is the Kangaroos for sure. Look at the lengths that they're targeting. That short ball has been troublesome for so many Indian batters. Sandeep has found the gap, but not enough fuel to reach the fence. So 2 more taken.
Big few days for these young men. They've, I would have thought, return to school tomorrow if they're in year 12, and some of them are, I believe. Belly and Hurt certainly is.
Yeah, the Indian Tigers will take at least 2 to 3 days before they return to school, and one of them, don't be surprised if they are found sleeping, because the jet lag is something.
When are they due to go home, the boys that are living in India? The next couple of days?
Take the same flight with me.
When are you going? Tomorrow?
9th evening.
Okay. You can still get to Byron Bay tomorrow, maybe. Deepinder Singh bowling.
Shot!
Great shot.
But amount of bat involved, not enough. What a catch! What a catch from Richard. Sandeep cannot believe it. He had almost started to celebrate the fact that it's 6, but Richard had other ideas. What a catch.
Well, they've dropped a couple of simple ones tonight, the Aussies, and they even did it yesterday, but when the hard ones have had to be taken, especially over the last 2 days when they've found their best form, they have delivered. What a great catch that was by Talon Richard. With his family here watching. Brilliant. Brilliant.
Yeah, wet outfield. The ball would have been wet as well. Had to jump, and time is jumped to perfection, using every inch of his height to get to the cricket ball. And coming down with it, much to the surprise of himself. He was so glad that he was able to pouch it. The catching has been absolutely wonderful today, barring just one grammatical error in a beautiful poetry that it's been called catching.
I was going to say the teenagers come in, they're all teenagers, but he's the young teenager, Udavir.
Youngest.
Yes.
And what the store has done is it doesn't differentiate between the youngest or being the eldest in the side. It's just thrown everybody to the deep end.
Correct.
And asked to come out of it swimming. And sometimes the problem is, as one of the great commentators said, it's like throwing both ends of the rope to a drowning man. And today is one such moment for Udavir where he can try and best to clear it, try his best, but he's not known as a huge six-hitter. This over has yielded 3 runs and 2 wickets. Rupinder Singh is enjoying bowling. It's these kind of days that he picked up the cricket ball for the first time for.
Well, he plays with the Wests Cricket Club in Brisbane. Famous cricket club.
Just got a feel for the lower order of the Indian Tigers that's come out to bat today. The game's almost done and dusted. They are being served a snipe hunt almost.
Well, it's been a great performance. Rupinder Singh bowls a full toss and Udavir gets off the mark. The young man, well done. So 15 gone. And the end is nigh. The run rate required is 18.6, and it's 8 for 79. They need 93 off 30 balls. So it's, 3 runs every ball. And we've got 5 overs remaining. Suhas has got a big job ahead. There's lots of trophies to give, including the big one for the Australian team. They might need the entire team, as the photos continue here, to be
Just a little bit, tiny.
held by the entire team. It looks so big out there. Two very photogenic gentlemen in the background getting their photos taken. 8 for 79, and Suhas will be in charge of the post-match presentation and also ceremonies.
Gee, this has been a lot of fun.
It has, hasn't it? Yeah, and here's Richard again, bowls a full toss, bowled him! And young Udavir can't believe it. I think he played on the end of the full toss, and it's 9 for 79.
9 for 79 of 15.1, and the Talon Richard has bowled extremely well. Look at that.
One of the young Indian boys, it means so much. You can't tell me he doesn't want to win. Look at him, he is absolutely shattered.
And that's just also just how much
Great
cricket,
camera work too.
yeah, how much cricket means to all of our countries.
Well, it was the attempted Yorker, didn't quite work out.
He's what I've really enjoyed watching Talon is he's just kept that line and length going. He hasn't tried to do too much. It just goes to show you that consistency and being able to execute your plans is something that's so vital even in T20 cricket.
This is his local club, and he bowls, and he has a little bit of a flirt outside the off stump without moving his feet. The number 11, Puish can't. And the end is nigh here for the Aussies. They were beaten in the first game when Pakistan managed to defend 109. The Australians didn't bat well, bowled out for 98. They batted okay to make 152, and the back end of their bowling, they were taken to the cleaners a bit by the Indians and lost with an over to spare and 5-wicket victory to India. But it all started to click yesterday. And he beats him outside the off stump with an absolute corker, and he said, how good was that? Look at his reaction.
He was so enjoying his cricket, and why wouldn't he? Just a reminder, we started with 4 nations playing in this tournament. Australia and India, of course, but also Pakistan and Sri Lanka. Under 19 level, some first grade cricketers right down to second, third grade cricketers, and they've come together to play in this tournament, which has turned out to be highly successful and really enjoyable.
Some great talent has been unearthed, if it hasn't already been unearthed. And this is pushed down the line by Purush Singh, and he manages to get a run. And it's 9 for 80, delaying, unfortunately, as far as the Indians are concerned, the inevitable. What do you think's gone wrong tonight for them?
Look, I think, for one thing, had they won the toss, I think they were going to actually bat and see if they could post a score. But Dan, I just feel like they look a bit tired to me.
Yep.
I think they look like a team that have given it absolutely all every game.
Short, pulled away. Has he got enough of it? It lands safely behind square.
I think the game last night took a lot out of them. I thought it was viewed as vital to them, and a game that they really wanted to win.
There's Belly and Hurd's parents on the right-hand side who've travelled up every day from Cooperoo. That's dedication for you. Young Belly and Batterwell making 52, top scoring for the Australians.
As we know, a young group of players that they do most of their schooling or in an academy of cricket, so cricket is certainly extremely important to them.
Reshit bowls again, and it's driven away. That's a good effort to try and catch. It was in the air for a long time through the covers. It would have been a great catch. Would have been a sensational way to end the tournament and win the tournament, but we need to wait a little bit longer, yes.
And there's no doubt they've been outplayed by the Australians tonight. The batting performance by the Australians were none for 75 before they lost their first wicket. They were well in control, and then they had built this foundation which allowed Sipple and the keeper, McAllister, to come in and really take control and elevate the score into that 170 mark. And once you get past that 160, which in 170 ended up being the highest score of the tournament so far, then that becomes a mental block for the Indians. And that's what I do feel, Dan. I just feel that they maybe came into this final, wouldn't have wanted to be, but came in a little bit flat.
It's hard to know when you're going to peak. The Australians have peaked. The Indians probably already had. And this is a appeal for a catch down the leg side. And it's all over, except Purush Kant has said no either. Well, or is he leaving?
No, he's reviewed.
He's reviewing it.
And he did that straight away.
Yeah, he did. He feels it didn't get him anywhere near the bat or the glove. The Australians think they've won it. Could be anticlimactic. Dupinder Singh bowling, and he's saying that he's got an edge either on bat or glove down the leg side.
If there's been a sound, I don't think there's anything but bat or glove.
No, I think it's a bit far away, to be honest. So I think we might continue for a bit longer, yes.
Yeah, well, it was hard to tell if there was any gap, but I'm sure we don't. As great as the technology has been, we probably don't have hotspot or even ultra edge here. We might be going for sound.
All the umpires have done a great job. The third umpire, Ian Barsby, in play here. To me, it looked like it missed.
Okay, yep. No, that's fair enough. And I'd say, you don't review so quickly if you aren't that certain that it missed.
Well, looking at Dupinder, he's walked away from the group. I think he's starting to realise that. No, it's been given out. It's out. According to Ian Barsby, it was off the glove.
Yes, and that's official. And
it's all over, and the Indian Tigers have been beaten, and the Australian Kangaroos have won the inaugural Australian Under-19 ACL Carnival here at Noosa. What a game of cricket it was by the Australian Kangaroos. We thought they were fantastic yesterday. They were absolutely superb today. They've won by 89 runs, And they've won in the 17th over as the Pakistan boys look on. No doubt they look on, well, a little bit jealously because they would have loved to have been in the final. And now the Indians go on and they look obviously very disappointed to congratulate the Australians who are absolutely delighted. What a performance. They made 171 and then comfortably dismissed the Indians who battled right throughout for just 82.
Yeah, congratulations to the Australian team. It was a culmination of a couple of build-up games and then a really good game last night against Sri Lanka, and then they came into the final with plenty of confidence, but so did India. So from Nathan Reardon, the coach's perspective, and that team that really played really good cricket for the majority, for all of that game. But let's have a look at this Indian team. Taken all before them throughout this tournament. They came into the final undefeated, but Dan, how often do you see it? Yeah, when one losing game happens to be the final, the one you least want to lose.
They talk about, wasn't that long a tournament, but they still played a game every day. They talk about peaking at the right time. In a long season like the NRL or the AFL, I'll give a couple of examples, the EPL, how do you know when to peak? I mean, it's about getting enough wins on the board to make sure you're peaking in the finals. I mean, you've got to make the finals to be able to peak in the finals, if you know what I mean. And the Indians obviously got there and played some great cricket on the first day, terrific run chase on the second day, bowled beautifully last night, but today, all aspects of their game, including their fielding, were just off, weren't they?
Well, I think what you're actually referring to is ensuring that your skill sets and the skills that you are showing, displaying, intact and really starting to really hit their strap. So if you're learning on the way through, if you're making mistakes on the way through, or you can make any adjustments to your game so that all comes together in the final. And I think that's exactly what happened to the Australians. They were actually able to bring change-ups and changes into their game and execute when it was most required. Whereas the Indians, they played such a good game last night. It was almost the perfect game. They played a really good game. But then when it came to, they used different tactics in this particular game. Last night it was all about seam up, seaming, swinging in, swinging away. And tonight it was more about, and I think the rain had something to do with this, they actually adapted to the conditions, but in the end they had to actually change up their game plan. So they're actually executing skills that they haven't really executed throughout, which was that slow bowling into the wicket type of execution. So I think that's actually how it panned out.
Well, they started off with Cruz Baker, and they haven't used the spinners that often. They know they used him last night. I know they used Ben Baker, or yesterday, for a couple of overs, but they started with Cruz Baker, which was something a bit different. Henry Zeech, I didn't think bowled brilliantly, but he's still got a couple of wickets. If you look at the batting there, well, Sandeep Nishad top score with 28, and the only others to get double figures, Rashpal Singh, Manraj Kalon and Dilraj Singh, who was, of course, caught off a no ball early. And while he was there, I always thought they were a massive chance. But once he went out, I just felt that they, except for Manroot, but Manroot just didn't look like it tonight, I thought they were always going to be in trouble. And look at the bowling. Henry Zeech, 2 for 17. Cruz Baker bowled well, none for 23. 16 dot balls for Henry Zeech. 12 dot balls for Talon Reship, been a real star in the tournament. Lots of Yorkers, 2 for 14. A wicket each to Ben Baker and Matthew Holmes. Deepinder Singh got some wickets as well. They just all bowled beautifully and played magnificently and played their role at the right time.
And the Indians, unfortunately, they had a lot of trouble building their base. They lost their first wicket at 9, their second wicket at 11, their third and fourth wickets in the 30s, and that really put them on the back foot right from the get-go.
And look at that, Ballion Hurd, 52 off 35. Ali Nassar, 38 off 37. And then, of course, they needed the finishing touches. And Harry Sipple provided it with 32 off 13. Purush Kant bowled okay, but was expensive. 2 for 33. Dilraj Singh, normally a part-time off-spinner, bowled the 4 overs to try and get the 20 overs in an hour and 20 because of the rain. And that was the decision made by the umpires. 1 for 30. And Desai also bowled a lot of overs as well. He's been a part-time spinner, 1 for 17. And we've just seen what the Australians did with Deepinder Singh, 3 for 16, well bowled. Henry Zeech, 2 for 17. Talon Reship, 2 for 14. And the pace bowlers have done the job for the Australians right throughout the tournament. Manroop Singh was out cheaply tonight, and Sandeep Nishad battled hard to get to 28. While he was there, they were half a chance, but once he went out, any chance was extinguished.
Both Manroop and Sandeep are two players that I think are really going to go on in the game. They're going to end up first-class players. But the other thing that really strikes me too about the conditions tonight after the rain, they were more Australian conditions. The wicket was, they aren't, that's not the type of wickets that the Indians would have been that used to. And that really did play into the Australians' hands. But having said that, how important is it to come out and experience those conditions? So the Indians can now come out and they understand what it's like now to wicket that had a little bit more juice in it because of the conditions and the rain that came through. Australians would be much more used to those conditions, so, but that's why you come and do these things. You come out and have experiences like that so that you can take that back to India and understand what it's like playing over here.
You were talking before, Grant, about the fact that they don't do a lot of school subjects. Their main subjects, these Indian boys, in which half the team are from the northern part of India in particular, and have come out here. It's great they've come out here. And predominantly most of their education experience is cricket. You need to have a rest every now and again, don't you? They seem to have played a lot of cricket for young men. It'll certainly help them, but could it also hinder them if they don't have an extensive break?
You're right, Jen. I mean, I don't really understand. I'm trying to get an understanding about how they go about their lives over in India. You're right, it's the northern, it's more the Punjab area of India that these players have come from, so they've come a long way. And obviously, clearly, doesn't this just emphasise to me how big and how strong Indian cricket's going to be? Like, they would have identified these young players. They've said, come on, we'll give you an opportunity in, like, I'm going to call it an academy. I don't know if they call it an academy over there, but maybe they do. Part of your education, life education in cricket's going to be to travel to Australia, come to a great part of the world like this and play in a tournament like this. But back to your point, yeah, you really do need a break. As passionate as much as you love something, it can become all encompassing, can't it?
Certainly can. Grant, great to work with you. We hope to do it again. It's been fantastic to have Grant O'Hara, former North Brisbane first grade player. He's been with us for the last couple of days. Suhas is out in the middle, and we'll get to the presentations in just a second. We thank everyone, Harry and his team in particular, for putting on a great tournament. We thank, of course, the Swanton Noosa Cricket Club for hosting it. We hope to do it again next year. All the three umpires, Steve, Simon and Ian. It's been a great tournament. Australia win by 89 runs. A big victory, a great performance over the Indian Tigers in the first ever ACL Aussie Cricket League Under-19 tournament. We look forward to the second one in 2024.
Good night.
4 days of electrifying cricket, and here we are after another roller coaster of a cricket tournament. Welcome to the post-match presentation for the final time in Aussie Cricket League Under-19 2023. And it's been absolute pleasure bringing you every single game. Without further ado, let me introduce you to the post-match presentation party. We have with us Harry, the president of ACL. Warm welcome. And alongside him, as he is in so many endeavours of Harry, is Paddy, South East Wealth. Thank you so much, Paddy, for being here from South East Wealth. Before we move forward, it will be only right to thank the sponsors without whom this tournament wouldn't have been possible. So a big thank you to Amul, the presenter, then the Gainright accountant, the co-sponsor. A round of applause for ACL, powered by Exclusive Migration. And this tournament is in association with Spectrum Real Estate. Moving on to the platinum sponsors, Star Truck Tires. Thank you so much for your support. And of course, the unending support of South East Wealth. Thank you so much, South East Wealth. Moving on to the gold sponsor, Brisbane Cricket League. I request Mr. Khush Ghai to collect the lovely memento from Preet Sia, ACL member Preet Sia. Please hand over the lovely memento to Khush Ghai, Brisbane Cricket League. He's been a support on so many instances. Thank you so much. One of the reasons that this tournament went smoothly here in Brisbane as well. Next up, a big thank you to Twantin Noosa Cricket Club, and I request Alec to collect the memento from Mr. Zoravar Sidhu, ACL member Zoravar Sidhu. We call him Mr. Multitasker. We'll present it to Alec from Twantin Noosa Cricket Club. Thank you so much, Alec, for all the support. It'll be only right to thank the officials who've ensured the smooth conduct of this beautiful cricket tournament. So a big thank you first of all, and a lovely memento as well to the umpires. We'll start with Steve. Thank you so much, Steve. The man who switched on all the time, before first ball and after the game ends as well. A complete professional and someone who can learn so many things tacitly. Thank you so much, Steve, for all the support and lovely professionalism. Ian and Simon, I know you had to hurry, but thank you so much for your support, and a huge round of applause to the other two umpires, Ian and Simon. Now moving on to the commentators. That sounds familiar. Dan Lorigan would be the first one. Dan, where are you? I'm so used to seeing him alongside that I have to search for Dan now. Dan, this beautiful trophy belongs to you. Thank you for voicing some of the best moments of ACL Under-19. A legend in the true right. Dan, thank you so much, Dan. I request Harry to give away the next memento to Grant O'Hare, another commentator. Grant had to rush. All right, we'll ensure that this reaches him though. And then of course it's Suhas Vedam, and it's been a pleasure commentating for all of you. I'll collect the trophy a little later. Thank you. Now to the broadcasters. I request Sachin Yadav to collect this wonderful trophy on behalf of Set Sports. I request Harry to present this memento to Sachin, who is right now switching, and the only problem he has in life, he says, is I only have two hands and I have to keep switching with both of them. He really wishes that he could be here. I request somebody else from Set Sports. Oh, there is Sachin. Have you made a clone of yourself? Who's cutting right now? Who's switching? Sachin Yadav of Set Sports gets it from Paddy. Thank you so much, Sachin, for all the support. Now it was a great game of cricket, and to give away the player of the match. Yes, we'll start with the player of the match, and I request Sohail Sadiq to be ready with this glitzy trophy. And the player of the match, any suggestions? Any guesses? We did hear you. It's Ballion Hurd. 107 runs totally. And then he picked up 4 wickets and just knows how to generate the outside edge in case it doesn't come off the first time. Incredible talent, Ballion Hurd. Thank you so much, Ballion. You were phenomenal throughout the tournament and of great support to the skipper. Now we'll move on to the tournament awards. We'll start with the best bowler. I request Nishan to be ready, because this lovely trophy belongs to the best bowler of the tournament. And there were quite a few contenders, but there's one man who was breathing fire every time he was at the top of his mark. Abdul Rafe, for his 9 wickets, gets the best bowler of the tournament. Abdul Rafe from Pakistani Sultans. 9 wickets and an incredible economy of under 6. 5.4 to be precise. He was incredible, and one of his mates will collect it. Afzal will collect it, who was a partner in crime for Abdul Rafi. Remember, the other end was also had very, very tight. Congratulations, Abdul. And the best batter is what we have up next. I request Paddy to be ready with this trophy. To the best batter, and it was the Sri Lankan skipper, Tivi Salwatra, who was phenomenal, who stood up for the side every time they were under pressure. The best batter goes to Tivi for 125 runs and an average of 41.67. He can be mighty proud of this. Congratulations, Tivi. Now the player of the tournament is what we have up next. I request the entire ACL team to be ready to give away this award, including you, Preet. So you've got to join them, not just parry the award to them. The entire ACL team would be giving away the player of the tournament, and there were quite a few contenders, to be honest, but there's one man who set the game up beautifully in difficult times with his bowling, with his batting, and excellent fielding as well. And let me also tell you, he adds another dimension to the game by being a terrific captain too. Manroop Singh, 77 runs, 5 wickets, and he battled through pain. Yes, Manroop, no matter how much you hide, we know that you were bleeding at times from the socks, but that didn't change a thing about the commitment that you had for the side, carrying them till the grand finale. Congratulations to the player of the tournament, Manroop Singh. Now we'll move on to the runners-up. The runner-up. Can I have the coach first up of the team which came second? TP Singh of the Indian Tigers. Congratulations, first of all. The boys played really well to get this far. Now, I know that you've got some incredible talent in your side, but I'd like to know, how did you maintain good composure in all these boys? Because since they're at an impressionable age, not everyone's going to get a chance in the 11.
I mean, first of all, I want to thank ACL we got opportunity to come here. And all the boys, I mean to say, they are very below talent in India, but they shown a very good performances here, and because of the unity of the team. And yeah, once again, I want to say thanks ACL to be good performances and good organization of the tournament. First time this happening in Australia. I don't think anybody got chance under the age of under 19 it happens first time in Australia, and because of the ACL. And we had a very good tournament in the Melbourne in the December, but this age group has to be promoted in the future.
And absolutely, it's going to feed talent to the higher levels as well. I am totally sure of that. How was your experience as a coach first up? And how different is it to be a coach for Australian conditions as the boys were still getting used to it, most of them?
Yeah, I played in Australia in 2006 for Team India A, but these conditions are very good to play cricket. And my experience as a coach, I did coaching in various age groups in India back, and I'm pretty happy. I'm part of this tournament and part of the Indian Tigers, and we have a very good promising cricketers, and I hope when we come back next time they will beat every team again.
And that's first of all a huge round of applause. Yes, so many well-wishers are hoping for the same, and thank you so much for the time that you've given us as well, Mr. TP Singh. Let me tell you, this is a team that's still in transition, but they are growing from strength to strength with every game they play. So congratulations on coming this far.
Thank you very much.
The coach of Indian Tigers, TP Singh. Now can we have Mr. Nathan Reardon, the coach of the winning side, Australian Kangaroos. Nathan, we had a conversation about 24 hours ago and it was completely different. Here you are, just moments away from picking up the biggest trophy. How do you feel?
I won't be picking it up. Too heavy for me. It was a good fun tournament, and it was, like I said to you yesterday, it was quite hard to bring a team together, and I only knew probably 6 of them before the tournament, so they started gelling towards the end, and there was some good cricket, not only in the final but across the whole 4 days. So thank you very much to the ACL boys.
It helps when you have such good variety as well in the side, isn't it? Not just as people, but in terms of the craft they bring to the table as well. Is it a good headache to have?
Oh yeah, we had plenty of batting and bowling options throughout, so and that's important in T20 cricket. And yeah, we obviously seen some good performances tonight with the bat that got us a easily winning total, so it's good to see.
About 24 hours ago, we were searching for a place. You didn't know, you had to keep your fingers crossed as well to stay alive in the tournament. Now, has it already sunk in?
Yeah, well, I was watching till about midnight last night with the semi-final, so I mean, it was easy one to sort of sit there and wait and go through on net run rate, but once you get to the final, anything can happen, so it's good.
Finally, what were your words to the boys before this big grand finale began? Because yesterday they were phenomenal, yesterday that is, but cricket teaches you every day is a new day. What were your thoughts on this game before this game began?
As Ali keeps sledging me about, I didn't have any expectations from it all, really, to be honest. So, it would have been nice to win, but they're at an age where they're here to learn and playing a few different roles, and they did that throughout the 4 days. So if we come last and they learn something, I still would have been pretty happy.
If a player can sledge, a coach just tells you how good an atmosphere you have in the side as well. Congratulations on the beautiful win and all the best for the next one as well.
Okay, thank you.
Nathan Reardon, the coach of the winning side, Australian Kangaroos. It's time to give away silverware again. But before that, I request the captain of Indian Tigers, Manroop Singh, to have a few words with us. Manroop Singh, the captain who came second. मनरूप, पहली बात तो जब आप ऐसी टूर्नामेंट खेलते हैं जहां पे आपको रोज एक मैच खेलना पड़ता है और आपने ज्यादा बोझ भी उठाया बतौर कप्तान, तो उस चीज से कैसे आप बाहर आते हैं, खासकर तब जब आप एक फाइनल खेलने वाले हो?
प्रॉपर रेस्ट लेनी पड़ती है, प्रॉपर रेस्ट और अच्छी डाइट की वजह से रिकवरी भी अच्छी होती है, लेकिन फिर भी कॉन्टिन्यूस मैच में थोड़ी बहुत डिफिकल्टीज तो होती है, बॉडी को मतलब फटीग आती है, लेकिन फिर भी अच्छी रिकवरी, स्लीप अच्छी लेनी चाहिए और डाइट अच्छी लेंगे तो रिकवर होके आए हैं फाइनल में।
आज के बारे में क्या कहना चाहेंगे? आज एक ऑफ डे मानते हैं या फिर एक ऐसी टीम जो सेमीफाइनल्स तक तो टेस्ट हुई थी, अगर आप उसे सेमीफाइनल मानना चाहें तो यहाँ पर कुछ अलग तरीके की टेस्ट थी?
नहीं, एक्चुअली हमने डिलीवर नहीं कर पाए बॉयज़ की, मतलब जैसे कैचेस छूट गए पहले, और अच्छी गेम में कैचेस है जो उनसे वो महंगे पड़ते हैं बाद में, कि मतलब अच्छी विकेट के कैच छूटे हैं, रन करेगा आगे तो फिर उसके बाद में स्कोर अच्छा कर दिया उन्होंने और हमारा पावर प्ले में भी स्टार्ट अच्छा नहीं हो पाया, इसलिए अब नीचे में प्रेशर आया। उन्होंने भी अच्छा बॉलिंग की है, सब कुछ अच्छा किया है, इसकी वजह से उनका जीतना बनता था फाइनल जैसे वो खेले।
क्या बात है। एक आखिरी सवाल, एक ऐसे टीम का कप्तान होना जिसमें इतने प्रभावशाली खिलाड़ी हों और अभी भी उभरते हुए खिलाड़ियों में से एक माने जाते हैं, खासकर संदीप, ऐसे खिलाड़ी हों जो तीनों फॉर्मेट में अगर आप देखें और तीनों डिपार्टमेंट में भी उतने ही अच्छे से आपको रन रोक के देंगे, विकेट लेके देंगे और रन भी बना के देंगे, ऐसे खिलाड़ियों के साथ जब आप ऑस्ट्रेलिया उतरते हैं और खुद कप्तान भी बनते हैं, आप क्या कहना चाहेंगे ऐसे खिलाड़ियों के बारे में और इस पूरे टूर के बारे में?
टूर्नामेंट पहली बात तो बहुत अच्छा था कि टूर्नामेंट हमको इतनी बड़ी अपॉर्चुनिटी मिली है अपनी कंट्री को रिप्रेजेंट करने के लिए, और सारे जो भी हमारे साथ लड़के हैं सब बहुत अच्छे हैं, टैलेंटेड क्रिकेटर्स हैं। उनका कप्तान होना भी एक अच्छी बात है, क्योंकि इतनी हेडेक नहीं है मुझे उनके लिए, क्योंकि उनको पता है मेरा रोल क्या है। और कोचेस को भी स्पेशली मैं थैंक करूंगा कि इतने बड़े लेवल में वो खेले हैं, उन्होंने हमको भी अच्छा टीच किया, गाइडेंस दी है, इसलिए उनको भी मैं थैंक करूंगा। और अच्छा गया टूर्नामेंट, कोई बात नहीं, हार्ड लक था, कोई बात नहीं, अच्छा करेंगे अगली बार।
उम्मीद है आप अच्छा करेंगे अगली बार, और ऑल द बेस्ट फॉर द नेक्स्ट टूर ऑफ ऑस्ट्रेलिया।
थैंक यू।
Manroop Singh, the captain who came second. It's time to give away the individual trophies. I request the presence of Mr. Sanam Sharma, an ACL member who takes care of so many things back in India. Thank you so much, Sanam sir, for being here first up. The individual trophies will start with Sandeep Nishad of Indian Tigers. And next up we have Harsh Arora. Let's keep the round of applause going. And the young Udayveer Singh is up next. He'll collect the award from Sanam Sharma. Ashdeep Singh, the wicketkeeper. He was phenomenal, wasn't he? Chipping in with those crucial 30s in crucial games as well. Jaideep Singh is up next. And if you want to take catches which are quick and straight at you, like taking coffee off the second shelf or take high catches, then you need to call Piyush Kant. Next up is someone who is weaving a web around the batters for a living, Pratham Pal Singh. Can we now have Navpreet Singh? I request Mr. Sohail Sadiq to give away the individual awards from now on. Navpreet Singh collects it. A huge round of applause for Navpreet Singh. He fought through pain. If he's called upon at the last moment, he'll deliver with the ball in hand. And extremely talented with the bat too, Manraj Kalon. He'll collect the award from Mr. Sohail Sadiq. Congratulations, Manraj, for coming this far. Dilraj Singh is up next. Played a crucial knock to see the Indian Tigers towards the business end of the tournament. Put them ahead in the recent game. Very well played, Dilraj. And can we now have Rashpal, who got the opportunity today and tried his level best. Abhinav Kamsali, the quietest of the lot, but he lets the bat do the talking. Congratulations, Abhinav. Nehal Desai, after troubling batters in the minor league back in the US, it's good to see you here as well in Australia, Nehal. And finally, last but definitely not the least, Manroop Singh, the captain. Moving on. I request the presence of Harry to give away the glitzy trophy of the runner-up to the Indian Tigers. I request Manroop to come and collect it. And then, of course, everyone would want a piece of it. The entire team may now come in. The runner-up of ACL Under-19, Indian Tigers. I request the coaches to come in as well. Join in. The Indian Tigers. The runner-up of ACL Under-19, Indian Tigers, led by Manroop Singh. Now, it's been a tour to remember. And it's been a tour which has been a big learning curve as well. Thanks to the coaches Sharad Lumba and TP Singh, ably guided this young impressionable side into the finale of ACL Under-19. With a glitzy trophy and a lot of memories, they'll be going back to India. Congratulations, the Indian Tigers. Now moving on, I request the captain of Australian Kangaroos to come and have a few words. Ben Baker. The winning skipper, Ben Baker. Lot can change in 24 hours, Ben, but your boys were always prepared for an opportunity when it came knocking.
Yeah, look, we certainly were. We felt early in the tournament that we were playing good cricket but just couldn't put a full game together. We got our opportunity to do what we needed to do, get in the final yesterday. Did that, and then India took care of Pakistan, which gave us a chance today, and we performed really well.
There was a bit of rain today. You must be happy with the way the batters adjusted to all that was happening and the surface had to offer.
Yeah, look, that changed our plans a little bit with the rain, but yeah, I thought our adaptability of our group was a really key feature, and that came on display again today.
It's a team that looks very serious on the outside, but it's a team that's filled with pranksters on the inside, I'm told. How much did you enjoy captaining a bunch of this kind?
Yeah, look, they're a very good group to captain. Plenty of fun, which always, brings out the best of everyone. So, yeah, look, not everyone knew each other before this week, but certainly now everyone knows who each person is and knows them well. So everyone had a great time.
And finally, how easy or difficult was it to prepare the boys for this grand finale? Because you didn't have much time to do so mentally.
Yeah, look, everyone was up for it. The ACL gave us a great opportunity to be here today. The whole week's been fantastic, so thanks to Harry and Paddy and the rest of the team. Yeah, gave everyone their chance to put their skills on display, and the great thing about it was that everyone contributed not only today but throughout the whole tournament, so yeah.
Well, don't go too far away because you have a trophy to collect first up. I request Harry to give away the winner's trophy of ACL Under-19. Ben Baker will collect it. Now, before you share it with your teammates, we'll give away the individual trophies. You're skipping a gym session today? You're able to hold it?
It's heavy.
That's exactly the plan. Now, first of all, we can have Dupinder Singh? Dupinder Singh. Jackson Todman, you're up next. Brilliant to see him at his best. Jackson Todman. Harrison Zanz, am I pronouncing it right? Harrison's not here. Okay, this has become a roll call now. Henry Seish, he is here, he is everywhere. Everywhere on the field. completing catches for fun, will collect the award from Jatinder. Talon Reichert, you're up next. Just like the captain tells you to warm up, you're up next. From the southern end, troubling batters for fun. Matthew Holmes. Terrific with the ability to find the outside edge. Matthew Holmes. And someone who can bludgeon the ball at the same time, quietly tuck it away with equal ease. It's Aditya Anand up next. Aditya Anand. Curtis McAllister, what a game changer. He'll do the 1%ers superbly well. Curtis, I think he's the glue man of the side. Curtis, terrific. Ballion Hurd. An individual award so well deserved. This one as well. Ballion Hurd, a complete team man. And a very flamboyant when he gets going. It's so much fun to watch. Ali Nasser. And the road tells you how popular he is here. And now after ACL under-19, he's earned a lot of fans in India too. At the TikTok star, I'm being told. Harrison Sippel. Congratulations, Harrison. Please collect the award from Zoravar Sidhu. Halim Malpas. Are you here? Or he had to drive to be on time for the school, so that when the teacher says Harry Malpas, he's there to lift his hand up. Last but definitely not the least, Cruz Baker. He needs to say a few words, but I think we're only allowed to interview one Baker, and we did. Ben Baker, the captain of the Australian Kangaroos, absolutely phenomenal with the way he led the side through thick and thin, through trials and tribulations. There was one man who believed in his side and it can deliver come the big day, and that's Ben Baker. Ben, don't go too far away as we request Harry Paji to hand over this trophy. And this is the moment where everyone gets to have a piece of it. And with Harry Paji, the better half of Harry Paji, Miss Navjot Kaur, you can't be hiding anymore. And of course, Bunny is here too. I request you to give away the very glitzy trophy of ACL Under-19. The winners are Australian Kangaroos. The whole side can swarm in, or if Kangaroos want to, they can hop in to the picture. The moment that they've been waiting for, the moment that they were playing for. Not one, not two, but 4 days put together. There was a lot of waiting. There were trials. There were doubts. But the self-belief triumphed in the end, as it's the Australian Kangaroos who lift the trophy of the inaugural ACL Under-19 Brisbane 2023. You can paint the town yellow now. The Kangaroos are here to stay. The winners of ACL Under-19, the champions, the Australian Kangaroos. Congratulations, boys. And all the best. It's been a brilliant tournament indeed. 4 days of incredible cricket, and it's good to see that Brisbane just continues to give wonderful cricket matches. As we say thank you to everyone, we hope that you enjoyed our broadcast. Until we meet the next time, which is going to be in Brisbane again around the same time of the year, it's goodbye from all of us.